Hello everybody and welcome to my second art stream. We're getting started 2 minutes late, which in hindsight it's not really that big of a deal, but I like being punctual and I had to go find a charger for my iPad so that way it didn't die because I'm planning on doing a much longer stream this time. And let's see how stream is looking because last time I recorded or I guess both recorded and streamed. I wanted to see, yes, okay, so my title and everything like that did transfer through fairly well. That's great. Okay, cool. So, this time we're going to be continuing to work on very similar things as far as just more Twitch assets for me on my road to becoming Twitch affiliate so that way I can have other resources available, such as channel points and stuff like that, which I'm very excited for because I already have a lot of the assets already done. I just need to become Twitch affiliate, which I didn't realize I needed to do first, which obviously makes sense. And as you can tell, this is not something that I have done regularly, so I figured why not, on the road to becoming Twitch affiliate, just start working on all the things and live broadcast that process so that way I have something to do. So right now, our last project was working on this really cute little Be Right Back screen, which if I do need to, which I probably will because I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours this time instead of 2.5. So eventually, I'm going to have this adorable little animation play on the stream whenever that needs to happen. So that'll be fun. I'm excited that we're one step closer to having everything completed. And so the next step is going to be having a little offline screen because I do still have an offline screen that I'm currently using. But it's very old art. So I figured that it's high time for an update. So that is what we're going to be working on today and getting through that, which, considering I got my last asset done in about 2.5 hours, the total stream time last time, which if you missed that and you want to go see it, you can go check out my YouTube, which I have linked in my Twitch, to go check out that last stream if you would like. And then this stream, I totally forgot last time, but I guess Twitch has a feature, even if you aren't affiliate, to be able to have VOD save on your actual Twitch account itself for like 7 days, I think I want to say. Which I'm going to be doing that. I didn't know if it was something that could be saved permanently. I think that's a feature that I have to wait until I'm officially affiliated or partner with Twitch. I don't entirely know all the specifics, but that'll be something that, honestly, I think I'll just opt into having just my VODs be on YouTube and that's it. Because apparently I think there's like a limit to the amount of time that you can have VODs, like the total times, like the storage space can only be like 100 hours, I think, which is a solid amount of time. But considering I want to do this, a lot more, I would honestly prefer it just to be that, temporary VODs will stay up on Twitch for, 7 days or however long it automatically updates to, when I eventually hit those affiliate and partner marks. But right now I'm just focusing on the first step, which is affiliate, and then I'll look more into what the other options are as far as the becoming partner and what that means. But for right now, just slowly starting to build my own little art community through Twitch. This hand is just not working for me right now. I think I just need to make the fingies a little smaller. There we go. But yeah, super exciting stuff. But yeah, so we're going to be working on this, and then, I swear, just a little tiny hand is not speaking to me today. There we go. It should be a bit better. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so I'll be working on that offline screen as well as a little ending card, which now that I'm going through OBS and seeing all the different features it has as far as what's built in, I might honestly make like a little 2D animation loop in the same way that I did for my Be Right Back screen for both my end card and my starting card. They're probably just going to be super duper simple stuff, like nothing too advanced, at least in the meantime, just so I have a placeholder there for now. Just something that's a little more on brand of what I want. And then I also have something that I can post to, my Blue Sky and everything like that, because I'm getting a new platform built up through Blue Sky, especially just because of all of the not great community for artists that's being established with all of the updates that both Instagram and TikTok are going through in the current technological era that we are in, unfortunately. But honestly, I really like Blue Sky. It's been a great little community that I've started to build. I think I'm almost at like 130 followers over on Blue Sky, so I think it'd be fun maybe to do some more involved like community-based stuff, because I never did that when I was just kind of building up an art archive over on like TikTok and Instagram. And I want to do that more, because that was something I was talking about with my partner a little bit ago off stream. Just like, it kind of really bums me out that I'm finally at the stage in my life where I have the ability to use the internet in the way that I want. And this is no complaint at all. I'm honestly grateful that I didn't grow up using it as much as other people did. And that's nothing against people that did grow up with the internet. It's just more of something that it frustrates me now, because now I have the ability and the resources and the maturity to utilize this technology. Oh, I color picked something. Oops. But now I'm at a stage in my life where it's like, cool, I can go onto these platforms maturely and comfortably, but now all the platforms are getting screwed over by, big tech corporations. So, again, thankfully, Blue Sky exists, and I'm slowly but surely gonna build up a community through that, and through Twitch, which I'm excited for. It'll be fun. I'm getting more and more confident with streaming and stuff like that, and I already have, like a great community of people as far as like friends and different little internet people that I'm interacting with, and art streamers as well, because I've been doing that a lot more often as far as using Twitch as my, my background noise, as something that I'm utilizing to just take up space in my time, because I started doing that a little bit with like YouTube and stuff like that. Like, I tried utilizing YouTube as a media platform, but just the structure of it didn't really speak to me. So now I'm here. Now I'm doing this, and honestly, this is speaking to me way more. And it'll be cool too, because I like the idea of being able to stream my growth and my process of not only getting back into it as an artist, but also being able to kind of learn the ropes of this specific platform, and just, I don't know, it's cool to be able to experience these things for the first time and be able to connect with other people, and maybe, get advice from others and be able to bypass some steps along the way that others initially struggled with. But yeah, I think the thing that excites me the most is being able to build up a community. And obviously, when you're first starting out, just in general with anything new, it's always going to be a slow start, which I don't mind at all. That was one of the things that some of the art streamers that I watch had given me, were kind enough to kind of answer my questions as far as little advices like, hey, I'm starting for the first time in my art streaming journey. What would you recommend as far as just like any like tips or anything like that? And one of the things was like, be able to be comfortable with just kind of talking to yourself. You know, whether there are people that are in chat or that are watching or not, it's like at the end of the day, there's no, unless you're like streaming with other people or have somebody else on call or anything like that, for the most part, even if you do have people in chat that are actively engaging, which is great, I love that. That was super duper fun to be able to have that on my last stream. But something that you kind of have to understand is that, like, even if you do have people engaging in chat and stuff like that, you are like, I'm the only one that's verbally talking, you know? And being able to be comfortable with essentially just kind of being a professional yapper almost, which I have been able to do very easily, honestly, because I just have so many things to talk about, and I love being able to showcase stuff like this, like the little background stages and the pre-production stages of any creative project. That's like one of my favorite things, and honestly one of my like very, very deep personal interests is that kind of stuff, is being able to talk about that, whether it's a project that I'm working on or whether it's a project that I'm invested in as far as like a media that I really like. I've always loved the pre-production stages of stuff. And so being able to open that platform to other people, to get more people engaged with that kind of conversation, it's just super fun. But yeah, and then also being able to have this platform that I think, you know, just kind of verbally getting some, you know, post-it notes on the idea board of what I want to do after all of these assets are done, after my channel's at a good visual place for where I'm comfortable with it to just stay for a while. Like, I've just started thinking, like, okay, cool, what's gonna be my next, what's gonna be next on the agenda as far as, like, what am I gonna draw next? What am I gonna focus on next as far as the content that I'm gonna have on my streams? And so I was like, you know, honestly, I should just utilize this as the media source for being able to show my improvements and like what I want to get better at. Because like with anything, you know, you can always improve, you can always get better. And so I want to showcase that. I want to showcase, you know, trying out different techniques, trying out different styles, and finding something that really speaks to me. Because like I talked about in my last stream, it's something that I'm pretty comfortable with where I'm at as an artist. I definitely know that there's places that I have to improve, for sure. Like I definitely, like one of the big things for me is I think I want to get better at like rendering and having a good understand of form, just kind of going back to basics, because it's kind of been a while for me since I've last really invested in, you know, just drawing to draw. And I think a lot of artists experience that, where it's like, you know, I used to go to art school. I used to be a kid and have all of my other responsibilities as far as what I needed to do. And on top of that, still had this passion and this drive to just draw all of the time. And it's like, I really miss that. And so I want to get back into that. And I think that this will be a perfect way to do that, with having other people being able to interact and engage in real time and be able to have a real, like, live conversation. I think that that'll be something that will just help me take leaps and bounds in my own personal artist journey. And maybe even start some kind of separate personal project, because I definitely have a passion for creating stories and stuff like that. As far as like, you know, I have a very big nerdy interests in like comics and in games like Dungeons and Dragons, you know, the storytelling game. And so honestly, I think it would be cool to get to a point where it's like I have some kind of creative project that I'm working on, something that, you know, after the point of, all right, cool, now I'm at a comfortable place with my art style and with my technical ability. It's like, cool, now that I'm here, what do I do from there? It's like, I would love to, you know, to make something, to maybe get to a good enough point where I can possibly like work on commissions or have people that are interested in my style of creating, giving giving any kind of like artist tips and advice, or just having general art conversations. Because like that's one of the things I think I miss the most, is when it came to, you know, being involved as an artist, like at art school, going to conventions and stuff like that. Never, at least for me, not yet. I think it'd be cool to eventually have like a booth set up at conventions and stuff. Because I actually have a ton of different like tools and resources. Like, I'm going to be getting a 3D printer from my uncle soon. And then I also have like laminating tools and stuff like that. Like, there's so much stuff that I have that it's like, I should put this to use. That there's all, of course, like with most people, with most artists, it's like we have all these big ideas and these big projects that we want to do. So it's like, it'll be interesting to see what people gravitate towards. And I think honestly, it'll be nice to have stuff that people, you know, that people want, that people are engaged with, part of the creation process. So it's exciting. It's exciting stuff to just kind of get to feel out where things will be going as my platform kind of starts evolving and materializing. But yeah, I think this should be like that. Should I do that? Yeah, that should look nice, so that way the tail doesn't look too thick. All right. But yeah, I've really loved building up this platform from the ground up and getting to see the first trickles of engagement. It's fun. I really enjoy it. And plus, just, I've really missed being able to just draw for drawing's sake. But yeah, it's exciting stuff. What other things do I have to talk about? Let's see. Well, something I did talk about in my last stream was the drawing tablet that I have. So like right now I'm drawing currently, this program is Procreate that I'm drawing on my iPad. I have no idea what the model or anything is of this iPad that I currently have, and I should probably look into that in case anybody does ask me that at any point. But I actually a while ago had bought this XP Pen tablet that is the officially first ever like real drawing tablet that I have gotten for myself. I got one, it's technically the second, because I got one way back when in, I think like middle school, I want to say. And that one was like an old Wacom tablet model. That was one of the ones that's just basically, it's just a piece of equipment that it doesn't have a screen. It's just you know, hand-eye coordinate and it tracks your movements. I don't know what that's technically called, as far as like what the classification of drawing tablet that is, but this one that I just recently got, the new XP Pen one, that one is one that has like a screen, like you see what you're drawing on the screen. And so for me, it's like that's a big deal. Like, this is the first time I've had a drawing tablet like that. And so that's another thing that I'm excited for, as far as like the tools that I am going to be having, that I do have, I just have yet to set up and have the time and space for right now. Because I think that just where I'm at right now, that this current slightly janky setup is the best thing for me. Just because it's simple, it's pretty straightforward as far as like comfortability and ease of just like having my little drawing tablet, or like my iPad in this case. But that's pretty much all it's really used for, is being a drawing tablet. So it'll be cool to like get more confident in my artistic ability, and then be able to transfer to these more I don't know if official is the right word. More professional is not the good word either. Just new and more powerful tools, I guess. It'll be cool to do that, because like I have all this new and good quality stuff in storage as far as like I've got Clip Studio Paint ready to go on my PC and everything like that. Um, I've got all this great technology that's brand new. Um, so I'm excited to eventually get to a point where it's like I'm using these bigger and better tools to draw cooler stuff. Because that's another thing I want to work on stream too, is my like profile banner for like all of my socials, for like Blue Sky, for Twitch, for YouTube. Have like a cool illustrated banner of my own. Because like right now it's just a pretty simple pattern stuff that I've got going on for both my what's it called, for my Blue Sky and YouTube and Twitch. It's all just like very basic profile, just something uniform across the board, just to again be a placeholder as something to have it be identifiable. I probably will get to a point where I want to have a different like profile picture and stuff like that too, but honestly, I don't think the profile picture is that too big of a deal. I think it'd be nice to have the different banner though. That's something that it's like, that's a cool visual project that I can commit to. And technically a profile picture is as well. I just think that the one that I have just kind of works as it being very me, like in real life. Because that's all that this really is. Like, I made a PNG tuber and I set up this platform in this way, more so being a thing that just, it looks more visually neat, to me at least, and it's just more creatively fun. So, it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, this is just a persona. Like, this is still just me, but in furry form. So yeah, it'll be cool to see how everything ends up turning out visually as all these different little pieces end up getting completed. Oh, look at that little guy. But yeah. But I think the thing that I'm most excited for, again, is the aspect of the community with, like, becoming affiliate. Like, the thing I'm most excited for is going to be creating, like, my points reward system. Because I already have a few ideas in mind as far as, like, what some redeemable things will be. So, like, I'll have one that you can do, like, a drawing request and stuff like that. And I'll have, like, a separate canvas where I just store all the different drawings and, like, write who requested them and what they requested and stuff like that. And be able to have this other thing to be able to post as far as, like, oh, today on stream I drew this and this request and stuff like that, and here's the work in progress of the big project that I'm working on. Just having multiple different creative things going on. And then, like, very traditional artist redeems, like taking a water break, making sure I stretch, which, speaking of, I should actually, I've been going for almost 30 minutes, I should take a sippies of water. Do this away from the mic. All right. Sippies is done. Okay. All right. But yeah, stuff like that. I was thinking even too, because I had so much fun creating this this PNG tuber model, that I think it would be so much fun to create, like, redeemables where it's like I have different little outfits, like you can change my outfit or something like that, like something that can kind of be something that more so speaks to the streaming platform, and like something fun and engaging that way, and like other different things. Like, bit by bit, I think I'm going to create a bit more of a complicated streaming setup as far as what is here visually. And, like, different assets and stuff like that, different fun visual things outside of just what I'm drawing. Not only for, like, viewer engagement, but more so just because it's, like, it's fun. Like, I had so much fun making my PNG tuber. So much so to the point that I could totally see myself, like, taking commissions for PNG tubers. And that was something else I talked about last stream, was just, like, how cool would it be to make these assets, not just like these PNG tubers or anything, not only for what most people think of where it's like, okay, other people's platforms and stuff like that, but how cool would it be just to have it for, some kind of other social media or some other personal interest use, as far as like one of the things that my D&D brain was thinking of was like, oh, how cool would it be to have like a setup, whether you're recording it for public viewing or not, to have this setup be like you're doing a D&D game and everybody's all set up in a way that if you're doing D&D online, you come in and it's like you've got all of your characters like there and ready to talk in their character model, like what their character looks like. I thought that would be a really, really cool use. And that's just one of the ideas. I think that talking about it more would get more people's brains kind of visualizing other cool ideas for that kind of thing. And I would love to be able to put, my cards on the table of like, hey, I would love to contribute to whatever it is that you're thinking of making, because that sounds really cool. And I like bringing people's ideas to life, not just my own. So that'll be cool to see if anybody takes interest in that or anything like that. But again, this is all just, future planning and just kind of visualizing of like what could be. Because I didn't want to come into this like content creating on these platforms completely blind. Like I wanted to have a little bit of like some farther out goals as well as immediate goals, because I didn't want to get to a point where I had all my little immediate goals done, as far as my immediate goals being just getting my own stream set up looking complete, and then just hit a point where it's like, all right, cool, now what do I do? So this is all just very out loud thinking process of like, all right, cool. What are some other ideas that I have for the future of just what I want to make and what I want to be known for? Because like that was something too, where it was like I made this little persona less so with the intent of being known as like a furry content creator, and more so just because this is what spoke to me as far as like a creature, which that's not to say that like I definitely will honestly end up making more furry content, because that's just kind of the platform that I enjoy as well. But at the same time, I think that it's just like, again, I've been out of it for so long, as far as like not really having the same kind of idea of what that looks like, because I have not really been a part of the internet culture that exists. And so it's kind of a place of timid humility of like, all right, I'll kind of let this shape out however it's going to shape out and go from there as far as like what my content creating brand is. 'Cause like I definitely draw like furry art, like I enjoy drawing furry art. But at the same time, it's like I have not been involved with the communities that have been involved with it for much, much longer than I have. And so I kind of just want to take little baby steps and feel out different communities and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, I think that no matter what kind of art you're creating, like with the way that at least Twitch has it structured, that it's like, it's for me right now where I am at, it's more about my artist journey of like building up my technical skill. And I don't mind wherever that ends up going. That it's like, I will just kind of focus for now on building up that technical skill. And then, see where it goes from there. But yeah, so as far as talking about what I'm doing currently on screen right now, I'm just kind of getting a more refined sketch out there as far as like doing line art so it looks a little bit more cohesive. But yeah, I think it's coming out pretty well. It's gonna be something simple. Cause like my little Be Right Back is still, that one's still very, very simple. but I have like a small little animation, like a little movement that goes on with some of the visuals. And unfortunately for my little offline screen, I can't do that. It's only limited to still images. So for the most part, I think I'm just going to keep everything fairly simple as far as what visuals I have. But wait, wrong layer. There we go. Just so that way I don't get, you know, burnt out before I barely even get started as an art streamer. But yeah. Alright, I think I can fuse all these together now. Yeah. That looks good. Yeah, I like this. Okay. And then I'm not going to do anything with the text because that'll end up just coming back in post at the very end, because like for what I did for this one, I just use like all this, like you can see it in the stream, just like that little pixely font that I found that I think I'm just going to kind of use for all my different visuals, just to uphold the overall aesthetic that I'm kind of building. But yeah. Alright, now we can go on to line art. So let's do that. Is this a good... Yeah, this is a good small size. So we'll start with a small line art first. Yeah. What else can I talk about? I mean, there's so much that I can talk about. I'm just kind of thinking what's currently been the thing that's on my mind. Other than the chaos of the world, because I think that's ultimately what was the final like push for me to just take the first steps in my content creator process, was just like, you know what, the world, it kind of sucks right now, and like that's honestly, that's putting it extremely lightly, but I think it's something that the only thing that we have control over as human beings is our own attitude and efforts. And so rather than, oh geez, how did I not? Oh, it's probably way too threshold. Yeah. But like the only thing that I personally have control over is my own environment. And so rather than filling that environment with, you know, with being overwhelmed and with being worried about everything that's going on in the world, it's like, you know what? I'm just going to sit down and know that I have control over this little community, this little part of my life, and just enjoy it. And even if that means enjoying this thing out of spite, I think that this is a good way to spend my time. That it's like, I'm still, you know, I'm still out, I'm still in my community, I'm still doing my best to be a good human being and help and be an advocate for the things I believe in. But at the end of the day, it's like, you can't do that 100% of the time. And, you know, and that goes for everything. You know, I think it's important to have some realm of balance when it comes to everything, you know, like being, you know, taking care of yourself and your health and wellness, both your physical body and your mind, which is what this goes back into, where it's like, you know, do what you can, and what you can't, realize that that's okay. That your 100% is not going to look like somebody else's. So for me personally, my 100% looks like spending some time doing, you know, involving myself with art in a way that speaks to me, because it's something that I really love, and it's something that recharges me, and it's something that keeps me going, and that I have a lot of fun with. And that's part of living well. That's part of having a good realm of existence, is doing something that you genuinely enjoy, not just the hustle culture that exists of, okay, we'll make sure that you're doing this and you're maximizing on this and you're working out or doing these things. And it's like, sure, you know, like if that's what makes you happy and that's what you love and that's the way that you live your life, I'm not saying anything against that at all. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, that's not how everybody operates. Definitely, I think it was how I operated, you know, for a while, was always, you know, like I was a very, very overly perfectionist kid, and I still have those tendencies that come out every now and then. But I've gotten to a point where now I can recognize that and understand that it's like, I need to learn how to be okay with that, how to not only recognize it, but to be able to kind of tell myself like, hey, I recognize that we're doing this thing, and there's definitely a time and a place for it, being able to do that in a professional environment and being able to be recognized for those talents and those skills and being able to get paid for them so that I have money to exist and to invest in what I like. As far as like being able to collect physical media and to go to conventions and to take trips to travel and see people that I really care about and do all those things, that it's like, yes, those skills are important to have, and I recognize that. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's not everything. That's not just the sole purpose of what I want to do for myself. That's not the only thing that I want to be the only purpose in my life. And I think part of finding your purpose is kind of understanding it's like, what makes you happy? What fills you with, peace and joy and good feelings and being able to relax, and pouring yourself into that. And for me, it's like that was the thing that helped me take the first step, was because for me, I thought like D&D was that thing. I thought that investing in that kind of thing was going to be kind of the final frontier. And when I say these things, this is nothing against anybody, because the reality is that adult life and scheduling and all of these things they're difficult, like everybody's got different things. Everybody's got, school and jobs, or in different people's cases, kids and families, pets, plants, like just all these different aspects of their own personal lives that can get in the way of that. And it can almost put this quiet pressure of performance, because it's like, well, I really like this thing, but I'm not able to commit to it in the ways that I want. And so for me, it's like, I still very much am involved and want to have these other resources where I'm engaged with other people in real life, because that's where I thrive, I think, the most. And so being able to recognize that it's like, hey, that's not something that all the people that are involved in this, in this creative project at the end of the day, this creative storytelling, that not everybody's going to be able to commit 100% of the time. And that's okay. But I still have that energy output that I would like to utilize for something. And so I think that's when my brain finally understood it and was like, hey, let's just start doing something that all it is just us. It's just me. And for me, I think that this is the perfect platform to utilize that and to do that kind of thing. Because it's like I have, where it's like I am doing these little bonus streams, because initially it's like, all right, I'm just going to commit myself to 1 day a week for 2.5 hours. Like, that's the bare minimum. That's what I'm going to commit myself to, and have that be something that I structure into my day-to-day, into my weekly life. And it's like, week 1 I did that, and now it's like, cool, I've gotten my work schedule and I have all of this other free time, and it's like, you know what? I really enjoy this. I want to do this more. So it's like I'm doing these 2 bonus streams, both today and tomorrow, and gonna keep committing myself to getting these things done, not because I have to, but because I genuinely enjoy doing this. It's just really fun. Because, like, I also have been kind of having to do that with myself when it comes to, like, my video games, which I think a lot of people can understand and empathize with as far as their own experience. Because, like, I've got this huge, like, Steam library of games that I haven't even downloaded or touched. And it's like, that's kind of been my New Year's mindset. Because, like when I was younger, that was a very big thing, is like these little habitual things we would do where it's like, and this is something, obviously, this isn't just unique to me and my family. Everybody does this, I think, because that's something culturally, I think, that we've established when it comes to the new year, is creating these New Year's resolutions and these New Year's goals. Where for me, it's like, it's become less of these, like, identifiable goals and more so shifts in mindset that get me closer to where I want to be. Because at the end of the day, it's like, I can plan out all these things, but I need to really look at what it is that's going to get me there. And at the end of the day, it's my habits, it's my mindset, it's my attitude towards things. And so that was like kind of the New Year's mindset that I had stepped into was, okay, like what is it that I want to do, or what are the shifts that I want to make to just, for whatever the reason is, just what are the shifts that I want to make my life feel better. Not that by any means anything was like inherently wrong with what I was doing before, but just, there's, in the same way, I think my understanding of myself as an artist and understanding that it's like, be happy with where you are, because, like you no matter what, if you do something for a long time, you will eventually improve, or at least you'd hope so. And sometimes it's greater improvements, sometimes it's minor improvements. But at the end of the day, it's like, as an artist, it's like that's something that is part of the process, is that you are always improving, you are always better and getting better and learn more and know more. And so I think that with that mindset already being an established thing within my brain, being invested in art as this creative format that I utilize, it's like, all right, cool. Now, how do I let that bleed over into other aspects of my life? And what's funny is that it just, in this roundabout way, it's like it came back to art. That it's like, okay, art mindset, I need to do the thing that my mindset is built for and what speaks to me, and that's this. So it's all cool stuff. It's all really great stuff that I'm taking, I'm committing myself to taking these steps in those directions. And at the end of the day, it's like, expect the best, prepare for the worst, with the worst being the quote-unquote worst, where it's like, it's not even anything bad. It's that at the end of the day, I'm doing this for me. Like, I'm doing this because this is something that speaks to me. And if it speaks to anybody else, then that's the best, That's the thing that I hope for in the back of my mind, that it's like, I would love to connect with other artists. I would love to connect with other people that are engaged and that minds work in a very similar way. But yeah, finger's too pointed. Must be rounder. But yeah, and like, I think the thing that finally pushed me to do that is the fact that, like, I've grown up moving constantly and always shifting the different, like, relationship establishments in my life, as far as, like, my friends and stuff like that. And like the real people that I would have present in my life at any given moment. And so I think for me, it's like, I'm finally starting to technically kind of settle down and have been in one place for a fairly long time. And it's like, I miss having that human engagement, because it's like, I have a big family, and I have a big immediate family. As far as big families go, I suppose. I have 3 younger siblings and 1 older brother. And so I've always grown up and been around a very active and loud and noisy and chaotic home, in the sense that it's like there was always something happening, We had all these different interests, and like we had like sports and school and clubs and family events, that it's like, now having grown up with that mindset of always, doing things and being engaged with people, that it's like now having to reestablish that as a young adult, it's like I'm interacting with people that they all grew up with these childhood friends that they're still friends with today. And it's like, while I'm grateful for the experience that I've gotten to have traveling, interacting, and making connections, so many different types of connections with so many different people, it's like, now that I'm at a place where things are starting to finally settle, it's like, I want to have that. I want to have some kind of established community of people that I can engage with. And I think that was also one of those, like, factors of pushing me into doing this, was like, I want to engage with people. I want to have people that I just can regularly talk to and regularly engage with. And being able to have a bit of control over that when it comes to the type of people that I'm attracting to me, when it comes to just, just the kind of the frequency. I don't know the best way to put it, but just the brand of people that I want to be surrounded by. It's like that's something I know that's super important to me is art, is being creative, is being passionately engaged. And so that's what I'm doing. And it's good. And this is turning out great. I'm doing this and like having something that kind of has my focus jumping around a little bit. Not quite parkouring, but just kind of like in the same way. Like honestly, the first visual that came to my brain is like when you're having like a conversation with somebody, when you're like on some swings or like on a trampoline, or like when you're swimming, like when there's an activity that your motor functions, I think, can be engaged to, while also having a different outlet of something that you're like your emotional and your mental functions can kind of be zipping back and forth between. That it's like there's never really a still moment, which I guess that kind of sounds bad. It's not. For me, this works really well, being able to have these different little outlets where I can kind of have myself tune in and out of and go back and forth between. It works really well for me because I feel like it almost improves my ability to just kind of commit to drawing something. I wouldn't say, I don't think it's necessarily like a hindrance against my like communication skills, because like I was saying, like I almost envision it in the same way that like you would be at some kind of activity and be doing something with your body and then also still having a conversation with somebody. Because like that happens a lot, I think, with people nowadays, when it's like you're watching something or you're like playing a game with somebody, that it's like it still manifests itself in ways as adults. But for me, it's like that those core memories of like growing up and the not having technology part of like being outside, being at the park, going to my sibling sports games, that's kind of where my brain latches onto, are those things. So I think it's really good for me when it comes to drawing to have this, because when I'm drawing by myself, and I think this could be true, can be something that's probably true for a lot of other artists, is just that aspect that it's like when you have something else that you're working on and you have like something else to keep your brain engaged, you kind of can hit this flow state of like not over correcting yourself or getting too caught up in the small details, and just kind of getting something onto paper, quote unquote, just kind of putting pencil to paper, and just getting something out there, almost in the same way that like, in school where they have it be like, you make your rough drafts, you make your outlines, and you do your things for obviously different educational projects. But I think it's something that can be very useful in anything, that you can just take that and be like, hey, just get something out there, like even if it sucks, even if it's not something you're proud of at the end of it, it's still something that it's like you can be proud of yourself that you did something, that you actually made something. Because it's at the end of the day, it's like you can always, as long as you're either A, learning from it, or B, gaining something from it, as far as like being, having some sort of proudness of yourself, or having something you can look back on and know that it's like a signifier of how far you've come in any project. Because that's something like for me where it's like before I did this, I was engaging with certain medias in very specific ways when it came to like what I was watching, like what I was putting on when it came to like the videos I would watch, was like, all right, I want to watch stuff that's specifically targeted towards the creative process and how to get better at it. And that was one of the things that I saw like 9 times out of 10 is just like, it's just doing something, you know, getting something out there. No matter what it ends up looking like, it's just doing something, a project, however big or small, whether it's just a sketch, whether it's just, you know, for other creative mediums as far as like writing and stuff like that, like just doing something, just committing yourself to something. And I think that's been the ultimate thing for me. That's like this way of engaging with the internet has been really helpful for me, is being able to have a platform that can support that just keep moving forward mentality of just keep, no matter what pace you're going at, you know, sometimes it'll be a sprint, sometimes it'll be a stroll, like allowing yourself to just keep moving. And of course, you know, in between that, you know, still taking time and breaks and stuff like that, and still taking care of yourself. Because like I was saying before with the whole like hustle culture mentality, where it's like, you don't always, it's I guess keep moving is not exactly the best analogy. I guess a better analogy would just be to keep improving, I suppose. So what is this music that's playing? Hold on. Oh, that's nice. Okay, just the beginning was a little wonk. That's alright. But yeah, I guess, yeah, less keep moving and more just, you know, keep improving, I guess. Like, whatever that means in the moment, whether it's something that it's more identifiable as progress, or something that's more identifiable as, like, sharpening your tools. Like that little story. I don't know if it's just, like, just some little anecdote that got made up along the way, or if it's like an actual story that's what it's meant for. Just kind of like the two lumberjacks or whatever it was. There's probably like a million different versions of the story, and a million different ways you can kind of tell this analogy, but the bottom line is that it's like, if you don't take any time to quote unquote sharpen your tools, or take time to, and in that same vein, sharpen your tools can also mean letting your body rest and regain energy. That it's like, if you don't take the time that you need to maintain what you need to do, then ultimately you will be going at so much of a slower pace, just because your mind and your body will force you to take that rest. And for anybody that knows me, that's something that I also have an issue with, is being able to, you know, is just allowing myself to just be okay with taking that time. Because it's like, you know, again, those perfectionist tendencies that I do have, that I'm still working on, where it's like, I need to take that time for myself. And so it's like, this is part of that. And at the end of the day, it's like, I love being able to put more marks on my artist journey, as far as looking back and being able to see these things that I'm drawing now, and then be able to see where I improved. Oh, I need to fuse those two together. Perfect. Okay. Almost done with just the little baseline art. I wonder what I'm going to have in the backdrop. I'll probably end up doing something similar to what I did in my little Be Right Back screen, and do like some little almost like chalk art things or something. I'll come up with something, some little pattern or something in the background. But I did really like these little visuals that I ended up making up for, oh, excuse me, burp, my little background for this. Like these bits. I'll probably do something like that, just to have it kind of look similar across the board. That'll be good. And this time, because I have more little guys showing up here in like different colors and stuff like that, it'll be, I can do some more color things with it. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's that, and now we add on the secondary layer. Yeah. Oh, wait, I want to add the little swirlies in their ears like I did last time. Gotta remember the directional way that I did that, because there was something specific I did where, okay, so the loop is just kind of flipped like that, where the top bit will be pointed outward to whatever the direction is. Okay. Okay, so like, whoop. Okay. Maybe. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is gonna be the most tedious part, is these little baby details. That's better. Okay. There we go. Does that work? No, not quite. Okay, so I need to like... Oh, no, I erased the top. Damn it. Okay, does that work? No, it's still a little too... Just lacking a little of that perfect swirl. Yoink. Okay, you know what? I just need to make it on a different layer and then erase what I can't see. There we go. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I added these little swirlies in their ears last time and really liked how they turned out. Should probably just, yeah, just do them all in a new layer. And then erase what I don't need. Yeah, that's better. Nope. Not quite. Okay, I need to make them a little more circular. Probably should just be able to like flip this one over. Nope, wrong flip. There we go. Oh, well wait, let me move this down. Turn on snapping. Yeah, that works. Alright, I'm gonna do a little maintenance check on the stream on Twitch, because I just want to make sure we're running live okay. Alright, perfect. Maintaining well. Okay. Because I always get a little nervous. Because like before on my very first stream, I was like having that in the back of my mind, just like, oh boy, I want to make sure everything is running okay. But it looks like everything's running pretty smoothly, which I'm very happy about. Perfect. Oh, that like... Yeah, it's almost like faded. Weird. Oh, and it was such a perfect swirl too. No! Dang it. Okay, hold on. Oh, man. Hold on. Yeah. And then his head's turned, so yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, almost. Okay. Ooh, oh. It's like that first arc is perfect, and then... Hold on. I think it's because the ear's not quite circular. Which is fine. Yeah, I think it works. Almost. I think I just need to reposition this. Oh, Hello? Procreate? Let me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Alright. Now for the colors. Alright, we'll take... I'm gonna color pick from this real quick, just because I want to keep it looking pretty uniform. So this will be skin color. Do a little just color blocks for that, and then yeah, skin color. I'll have one of them be a little bit purple. Oh, nope. I need to create a different section this time. Perfect. Here we go. And this little blue. Good. Oh, and then I need to get this line art color as well for the ears. And I also need to get the darkened color from the respective colors. Oh, or it'll do that. There we go. And then I swore you had some. I guess this little guy didn't have a secondary line art. That's fine. But this guy does. Okay. And last but not least, perfect, that's this guy. And then we'll create one for the purple lead. Alright, perfect. And boink, boink, boink. Nope. There we go. Alright, let's just get all the skin blotches down first. Boink. There we go. Oh, too big of a pen. There we go. Now it's just coloring book time. How is my playlist doing? Because I'm definitely going to be going much longer than usual. So... oh yeah, that next one's going to be going on for a while, so it's like an hour long, so I don't need to be worried. But yeah, I'll definitely... at some point in the stream, I will go make a little bit of food, and then maybe just like take a little pause art break to eat some food and maybe chit chat with anybody that has any questions or wants to chat at all or anything like that. Just to let my brain and my hand have a little bit of a break. But for right now, I'm going solid still. There we go. Yeah, for right now, I'm reaching a great flow state. I think for sure, like, we'll get this done easily just because it's a simple still image. So that'll get done pretty quick. And then I will just kind of create the base assets for probably my starting stream card, because that one will probably be the one that I need to get done first. But I probably won't even I won't use them in my streams until both are done, just because I'm a completionist like that. I do have my Be Right Back screen up and running though, so I'm excited to let that play when I eventually go make some food. Because one of the things that's nice about the progress towards being Twitch affiliate is that I just need to be streaming. I think the goals are, it's like I need to have like 25 followers. I need to have streamed on like 3 different days, which already gonna have that one done pretty soon, shortly here. Whoa, where did that jump me? Okay. I'll have that done for sure, like no problem. And then I think I need to have like an average number of some viewers. I think like 3, I want to say, is the average number within my streams that I need to have. Which will just happen on its own. Like, I have 0 control over that. And then, did this video start from the beginning, or... it didn't. Okay, I'm gonna restart this for the music. There we go. And I hope things are running okay, because, like, it seems like my dropped frames number is much higher than it should be. Because that's one thing I've been, like, hearing from other people. I'm going to turn down this music just a little bit. It does look kind of loud. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Alright, that should be better. For anybody in chat, is the music... Should I turn it up a little bit more, or should I leave it right where it's at? Because I'm looking at the visual audio levels. Maybe I should turn it up like a fraction more, because it does look fairly quiet in comparison to my mic. Okay, we'll turn it up a little bit more. Right there? No, see, that's way too loud. It's like right at the same mic. Right at my mic. Oh, I wish I could like zoom in even closer. Okay, hold on. Alright, let's see how that looks. Okay. Yeah, right there should be perfect. Because I had my YouTube audio levels specifically set to a volume that looked pretty good, but this specific video looks like it's playing a little bit louder, so I just wanted to make sure. Because I would hate to not know how it sounds in comparison to my microphone audio and have it get recorded in the VOD and then it's like, oh geez, like this is unwatchable. I do not want to have that happen. So I will have to rely on chat to be my helpful little audio balance crew. Not a very big responsibility, just, you know, tell me if the audio balancing sucks or not, and then I can be like, okay, and then fix it. Oh, wait, nope, that's hair. Okay. Alright. Yeah, it's only, yeah, I've only been streaming for, what is that? I started streaming at 12, so yeah, so for an hour, and I'm almost already done with this one. Honestly, if I stick with this work pace and this drawing pace, I could possibly end up getting all of the assets that I want done today, which I gotta start thinking about what else it is that I'm going to be doing. For the rest of these streams that I'm gonna do, because I have a bonus stream tomorrow that is gonna go on for a while as well, and then one on Wednesday for the normal 2.5 hours mark. So I gotta, considering how fast I'm working, honestly, gotta think of more stuff to do. I'll probably, what else can I do? Maybe depending on how things pace out, I will commit myself to doing something a little cooler for my little animated loop for my starting and ending cards. And then let me check my direct messages to see if anybody's reaching out to me directly to be like, hey, something broke. But I think we should be all fine. Yeah, not seeing anybody shouting anything at me in the DMs, so that's good. I just want to be extra cautious because this stream's going to go on a bit longer today, so I just wanted to be sure. But yeah, I think, yeah, we're good. We're doing solid. I just want to keep up a good stream pacing and quality because of that. Where was I? Right here. But within that too, I think I'm keeping up such a good stream pace that I will probably end up running out of available Twitch assets. Which, if that's the case, honestly, I could probably start moving on to, like, what's it called? Making some little basic free emotes for when I hit affiliate. I'm not sure if I can have emotes for, I don't know if I need to be partner or affiliate. I don't know which when I have to get done to have access to those. Whoa. Okay, I guess we'll do this one. So we will, honestly, it's fine. It'll be fine if I just stream making those and then just wait to have the appropriate Twitch status to be able to use them, because if they're done, they're done. And then I'm also gonna darken the background just for this coloring part so I know what's getting colored, because I'm using white now. And then eventually I'll be using the colors that I have above. So I like that it switched to this like almost like 80s action music as I'm drawing this little guy. That was a fun thing too, is I like all these different little character expressions and little interactions they've got going on. But yeah, so let's see. So I'll get this done today for sure, because I'm like way ahead of schedule than I thought I was going to be for that. And then, oh wait, I also have to get their little mouth color. Hold on. Let me put this all just in one file folder together. We'll just group all those. Perfect. Okay. I need to get the inside mouth color. Perfect. Okay. Alright, and then I'll add that here. There we go. Nice. I like the look of this, just this little setup of all my little color swatches. And then, okay, so who is who in this? I know that we'll have, what did I do for the colors initially? Okay, yeah, so I had this one. I'll just, yeah, so I have this color is this guy, and then we'll probably do this guy as this color, but I kind of want to trade it out based on the expressions I did on the other guys. I'll have this one be this color. I'll have this guy, hold on. Yeah, the purple one will be still be this guy. And then, I'll have these two over here in the corner be the colors that they are, because they were the ones that were like interacting with the drawing tablet. So they'll be the ones here and here. Yeah, so this one will still be that one. This one will still be that color. Perfect. And then I'll have this. I'll boost this up all the way so I can see the colors as they are. I'll probably have this guy be more of a brighter, almost pink. See how that looks with the rest of these. Wait, am I on the swatch color? Nope, I'm not. Okay. Swatch layer. There we go. I'll have that guy be that. Maybe I'll dull it just a little bit just to have it kind of go with the rest of them. Color palette wise. Yeah, there we go. And then this one, we will have it be, well, I probably should not have it be green if this like mint is already going to be there. Oh, and I'll also choose a dark shade for their little other line. Yeah. And then this one, we'll have this. Perfect. Okay. And then maybe I'll have the other one be maybe some kind of like yellow or orange. Yeah, maybe like some kind of golden-esque color. Yeah, like a golden orangish yellow. That should be fine, right? On the right layer, right? Yes, okay. I think that should be fine. Oh, what is this? Where did you come from? No. Oh, making it worse. No, what are you from? Oh, you're from the sketch layer. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to worry about that then. Alright, and then we'll have have this go down like that for... Yeah, there we go. That's a nice lineup of colors. I like that. Okay. So then, yeah, so we'll have the pink one be this one, and then we'll have the yellow one be this guy. Yeah. Okay. And then, oh, for some reason there's a line somewhere over here. We're not going to color fill that. We're going to move it away. There we go. Okay. See, okay, I'm worried because the audio... Okay, no, my microphone's fine. I keep double checking because like I'll go a little quiet and then it'll be at like the same audio levels as the music. So I just want to be sure. But let's see. Alright, what am I doing? Right, colors. And then we'll turn off that and that so that way I can see what I'm coloring properly. Alright, we'll do the line art for the ears. So that way all these other little minor details are done, and then we'll have the last step be focusing on the main colors. There you go. Yeah, so then that way I make sure to not forget about these smaller details, because I will totally end up doing that, where it's like, okay, cool, I need to have these other things, other little minor details done. So I'll get the minor details done first, and then the big stuff that it's super obvious that I could not possibly forget will get done after all the smaller details are complete. Which I feel like normally you should be doing things the other way around, but oh well. Alright, and then all the ears are colored in, perfect, and then we'll do the little mouths. Next. This was the tongue color. Does that look okay for open mouth? Yeah, that should be fine. That should be good. And again, keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. Oh, I missed a little pixel right here of coloring in there. Alright. Okay, and now we'll start from this side and work our way down. So you are this color. You're this nice little minty color I have chosen. And something I had like thought about with how the illustration had come out for my last little, like my little be right back screen is, I think what I'm gonna do, what's hilarious is I was looking through my photos and I think I had saved this picture of this like collection they have for the like different lines of like Labubu's and stuff like that, like the different themes, and one of them is like almost like emotions or like feelings. Like one of them's like, I think like love, one of them's like, I only look at the picture because these guys are really cute. I like the way that they have them styly oriented. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Probably not, but there was just the way they're aesthetically made, I guess. Oh yeah, here they are. What's this collection called? The Big Into Energy. Yes. Okay. So yeah, one of them's love, happiness, loyalty, serenity, hope, and luck. So I was looking at those because I just have the picture saved of them because I really like the like graphic style of like the advertising they have for them, and I also just really like their designs in general. But what I was thinking for like the little guys that I have is for my little like Monchichi-esque guys. Okay, maybe not this yellow. What is a different color that I can do instead? Let me go up here and change this. Hue and saturation, yeah. Okay. Well, maybe this green wouldn't be too bad next to him. Let's try this out. Oh, nope, wrong layer. Yeah, you know what? That's actually not half bad. Yeah, that's okay. I think I'll go with that instead. What was I saying? Right, but the like the little guys that I have here, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have each of them kind of represent, oh, maybe I should go back to what a lighter color for the background for this color. Yeah. But I'm thinking that like one of the things that I will do for like my little branding is that each different color that I have for the Monchi-Chis that I have like for my little Monchi guys is going to represent something different as far as like a certain, I don't know, like feeling, less so emotion, and more so just like state of mind almost. Because like with the way I drew them in this little drawing, hold on, let me finish coloring this in first. Oh, if Procreate will stop shifting my canvas every 2 seconds. This should line up fine if I do it like this. Yay! Okay. But yeah, like something I did for this last little illustration that I have for my Be Right Back screen is they're all kind of like doing something different. Like they're all kind of in a little different state of being. Like this one's like super engaged with like interacting with the viewer through the camera, and then this little one's like wanting to draw and do something, and then this one's like almost waiting for me to get back, and then this one's like really curious and engaged with like what this one's doing. So it's like you almost have like curious one, I don't know. I'll figure out a way to like classify them and maybe even make like specific things to identify them, but for now I think it's just going to be those colors that I'm going to honestly probably try almost to stick to a specific color palette when it comes to like which little guys get which accessories or like different things, or like drawn in a certain kind of way as far as like their expressions and stuff like that. But I don't know, it might just end up being something where they're all just the type of creature and that's it. Yeah, I like this. Okay. So then this one is which color? Oh, right. No, this one's this color. Somehow I can't follow my own arrows. But yeah, we'll see how much of a liking my brain takes to that, because I do kind of enjoy that idea of having, what's it called? Of having these like different little, almost like these little inside out console controllers of like the state my mind is in almost. But again, we'll see how well that idea sticks. Because I think something that immediately came to my mind as far as like the way that I think I'm doing these colors aesthetically is almost like post-it note colors. Like they're all different post-it note colors, which could be another fun thing. Is like have them being like the little mascot team for my channel and stuff like that. I think that could be cute. Oh my god, you know what I forgot to do was to do the secondary layer of the line art. That's what I was missing. Well, I'm already almost done with the base coloring, so we'll just finish doing that and then do the line art second, I guess. The secondary line art second. That's fine. It's fine. Oh, did I? Oh, I think I needed to do another piece of that, actually. Right here. Yeah, well, hold on. We'll have the hair come over first. And then we'll have like the shoulder, and then just like a teeny tiny part of that we'll erase. Oh, too big of an eraser. Hold on. Does that work? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Alright, I totally forgot about the secondary line art. I don't know how I forgot that. So we'll do that on top of this. Am I on the right pen? Yes, I am. Okay. And then, yeah. Whoops. There we go. We'll have each guy kind of have their own line art surrounding them. This pen is a little bit too big for my liking, so we're gonna shrink it down a teeny tiny bit. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I think this works to kind of go in and just cover up any little patches of mist color or anything like that, just to kind of clean it up. Yeah. There we go. Alright, and then just work out from there. Okay. Also, I need to get into a habit of, like, occasionally zooming out so that everybody can see what I'm working on, because I have a habit of just kind of staying pretty close to get these lines looking fairly nice, because I think what it is I have like a habit of like certain motions when it comes to like how I position my hand, which honestly I think doing it this way is pretty, it might not be exactly viewer beneficial, but it's really beneficial, I think. Oh my gosh, burp. I think it's really beneficial to do it for the sake of, like, my overall wrist health. Oh, are these the same color? Yeah. Huh. They almost look a different shade for a sec. Weird. Alright. But, yeah, just having these, like, zoomed in motions, like, where it's, like, what I'm drawing isn't too, like, tiny and precise, where it's, like, I can just kind of do these longer flowing motions, even though it's only drawing like a teeny tiny fraction of what I need to. It works for me. I think I'm just so used to it that at this point it's just kind of how I default to drawing, is just drawing super duper up close to get what I need to done. Alright. Yay, it's coming out well. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, and that was something I talked about last stream too, was I think I need to get some kind of like art glove or something, because there's so many times that Procreate will just register my hand resting on the screen and be like, oh, you wanted to draw there? It's like, no, I didn't want to draw there. Okay, hold on. I want to see if I did this in a way where it's like layered for the tails. No, I didn't. Okay, so I won't be doing that for this. I will just go ahead and not draw over this bit. I will draw here. Okay, see? Like that. Although that time I was wiping something off my screen, but you get the idea. It's just... Here we go. Yippee! Alright. We'll do this guy next, so that way... Oh, hold on. Actually, there we go. Yeah, honestly, this works that I did it like this, so then that way any little pixels I missed of color, I can just kind of draw over them with this. Yeah. And then that way I don't have to get way too nitpicky about it. I honestly think the way that I go about doing a lot of my process drawing digitally stems from me having done a lot of stuff traditionally when I was younger. So I think my brain still registers it in the same way, where it's like I can adjust my like paper and my notebook in a certain way and like I end up getting super close to it. And so I think defaultly with the ability to zoom in on a canvas, that's just kind of what I always end up doing, which I think is better for my neck, so I'm not so close to like hunched over like a shrimp. Alright. It's also a weird thing seeing the like color difference in my screen on like my PC, because I have it set to something that's a little warmer toned naturally, just so that way it's a little easier on my eyes, because I also I'll play games and stuff on this one, on like the screen that I'm looking at, to like double check and like check on like chat and everything like that, check on the stream, and so it's like, it's almost weird seeing like a certain shade of color. Oh, speaking of which, I want to turn up my brightness all the way. I don't know if that completely just shifted everything or not as far as the visuals for my iPad screen, but it's fine. But like the color quality that I'm seeing on my end, on my iPad that I'm drawing on versus what I'm seeing on like my PC screen, because of that slight warm hue shift, so that's a little easier on my eyes whenever I'm like playing games for a long time, is kind of trippy, because like I'll go back and post to like upload my like VODs to YouTube, and I'm like, oh, this is exactly the colors that I was looking at. It just doesn't look like it when I'm looking at the stream preview on OBS on my PC, because the colors are slightly different. But still, it's one of those things that it's like, as a newer streamer, it's like I want to make sure that I'm doing things as well as I possibly can. And part of it is having these little idiosyncrasies like that that just make me a little nervous. Just a little, though. I think at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not being graded for this. It's fine. As long as it outputs somewhat of what I need, I'll be fine. Alright, hour and a half mark. I should probably take another sippy of water, so I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, moving the microphone away. There we go. Alright. Sippies is done. Okay. Move the mic a little closer to my mouth. Alright. And that's one thing. Oh, maybe not that close. Whoa. Alright, right there. Right there. Yeah, okay. That's one thing I'm also grateful for when it comes to my, what's it called? My, like, microphone that I have. It's the built-in microphone to my, what's it called? My little, like, gaming headphones that I got from my partner. And I gotta say, being able to just not, because, like, one of the microphones that I have in storage is, like, this big, like, piece of hardware type microphone that I have to, like, get all hooked up and set to the, what's it called? Get up all hooked up and set to, like, the desk and get it all, like, almost have to, like, install it. And so being able to just plug in these little gamer headphones and then just jump into stream is pretty nice. Okay, should I? Yeah, I should. Okay. I was looking at what I was doing before and didn't know if I should do another thick layer around some of these other pieces, but I think I will. So, like, for this hand, for instance, because it's like being set on the, oh, hold on. I think I missed a spot in the skin here. Oh, no. Oh, right, because this pen is weird with color. Okay, back to line art. Nope, not what I wanted to do. I want to be on the line art layer. Okay. Womp. Nope. Yeah, that's fine. Just erased that pixel. Come on, go away. Okay. Where else do I need to do that? Probably... We'll do it on this hand. And then... maybe we'll also do it on, like, this part of the noggin, just because the way the layers are set up. And the hand... or not layers, layering. The way the layering is with how I have these guys in their hands. Yeah, that works. This part of the arm, and then this part of the head. then, ooh, where should I finish this off? Probably right about here. Yeah. There we go. That looks pretty good. Alright. And then, ooh, right, and then I need to do some more colored line art for these guys. So we'll do, who's this guy? This is this guy. So we'll do this one first. And I don't think he needs any. I don't think this guy needs any, but this guy does. So we'll give him a little bit of color. Oh, nope. We want to use this pen instead. There we go. We'll give him a little colored line art. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Alright, and then this guy doesn't need any. Does he need any? No. Oh, you're the only one that needed some colored line art. Alright, that works. Alright, and then we will go ahead and delete that layer, delete this layer, and then we'll turn back on the sketching layer. Alright, now time to think of what we're going to do for the background. Because what I did last time was essentially just took, like, their colors, made them a little bit more saturated, and then drew with this for, like, a chalky effect. We'll do that on the very top. And then, yeah, honestly, we'll probably just have it go the maximum size for... Yeah, so he had little hearts. Alright, what we'll do is we'll take the background color of this. Oh, you know what? No. We'll take the brightest part of my streaming setup right here. Oh, that might be a little harsh on the eyes, though. Let's maybe do one just a little bit brighter, like right here. Yeah, and then we'll have that be the background color for the... Oh, nope. Dang it. Okay. Background color. How does this look? Yeah, that should be fine. And then... Honestly, what could work is potentially just doing the little, like... Well, let's add the text on top, and then we'll be able to compare from there. Add text. We'll have the text be white. Move it down, and then this will be the... Hello? Okay. Offline. There we go. And then we'll go like that, and then we'll move that here. And then about how big do we want that to be? Maybe like there. Let's see. Oh, okay. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna align this a little differently. We'll have it go like right here. Maybe a little lower. Hold on. And then a little more to the side. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and then maybe what we'll do is we'll definitely put in that little gradient I had before. But this will be to like this color. And then clear that off. And then we'll do it like halfway point. Fill that. Oh. Nope. There we go. And then Gaussian blur it. Yeah, there we go. That looks nice. And then it probably won't be good to do like a lined thing, kind of like how the background is on Procreate itself, because the offline is already white. So we'll probably just end up doing that little chalky thing I was talking about. So we'll do this guy. Yep, okay. And then we'll just... First, we'll draw it in and like sketch it in white, just so I can see how everything will line up, and then we'll go in with the actual symbols themselves. So yeah, so this little guy had... Oh, am I... Okay, I occasionally see my microphone peek into the red, so I just want to make sure that my audio isn't totally bad. Okay, so eraser could be a bit bigger. Yeah, this little guy, I remember he has the little hearts. And then this guy had the little thinking bubble. So we'll give him his little thinking bubble. We'll have it take up a bit more space. Oh wait, this can actually round like this. There we go. And then we'll have another bubble here. Okay, yeah. Another little smaller bubble. If I can get it to angle right. Hold on. 2, 3. There we go. Oof, getting a little... Ow. Twinge in my neck. I think I fixed it. Okay, and then we'll probably have this... Nope, I want to use freehand. We'll have this go a little higher. Yeah, this is better so I can see how everything will end up getting mapped out. Yeah, and then we'll do another little baby heart for him right here. And then one more right here. Yeah, that looks nice. And then this guy is new, so we'll come up with a symbol for him afterwards. And so is this guy, he's new too. So 2 new guys. So this guy had the little lightning bolts, so we'll give him the little lightning bolts. I did think about giving these 2 little speech bubbles. But what I'll probably do is I'll end up, because this guy had these like, I don't even know what they're called, but these little, like little, I don't even know the words for these, but these little things that you'll see sometimes in like comics and cartoons of like, I can't even comprehend a correct word for it. But yeah, so then he had these little lightning bolts. Ooh, you know what? You know what? Actually, I think it'll be so perfect to have this guy have the little speech bubble. Because they were just kind of like, in the last drawing, they were kind of working together almost with him being interested with the iPad and him drawing. So we'll have him in the same fashion that I did having him have something and that he's doing something, have him be the one that is actively talking, doing some kind of action. And then inside his action is where his little marks are going to be. Yeah, that works. I like that. Yeah, that's perfect. And then, honestly, that gives a little bit of perfect amount of space to this pink guy for him to get some kind of little symbol. Maybe he's too cool for symbols. Maybe he doesn't talk. But I'll think of something. And then we'll move this a little closer. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and then shrink this down a tiny bit. Yeah, so we got the little hearts, we got the little expression, we got the little thought bubble. What are some other little symbols that I can have? Maybe... No, that's like almost stink lines. I don't want to give that to him. He's already like almost a stinky green, which I feel a little bad about, so I think I might actually change that. Give him more of a green. Proper green. Maybe not that vibrant though. Like a little less saturated. Right there. Yeah, I like that better. Almost like a Jacksepticeye green. I like that green better. Okay, we'll give him... what are some other little expression symbols? Bolts. Okay, yeah, that's the right word, expression symbols. Maybe we'll have him... We'll give this guy maybe like a little bit of a sleeping... Oh, oops. Wrong layer. We'll probably give this guy like a little sleeping Z situation going on. Yeah. Maybe. Because he's got a little arch in his eyebrows, so I don't know if he's totally asleep. See, these are the things I think about. Maybe we'll have him have like a little sigh bubble. That's what we'll do. Yeah, have a little sigh bubble. Give one more little bump, and then... a little too similar to the thinking cloud. What else is there? What can I do? Maybe a little exclamation point? Yeah, that might actually work better. So we'll give him... We'll have it line up like in between here. Give him some exclamation points. Yeah, that works. Okay. So we got his little symbol. His little chalk symbol he'll get. And then I think I should shrink this down a little bit more. Yeah, that spaces out nicely. Okay, so we got hearts, we got thought bubble, exclamation points, these little engagement marks. I don't know. And then the last one, maybe we'll have him have like some kind of like squiggle or... Maybe we'll give him some little sparkles. Just casually interested. It's like he's chill, but he still wants to be here. Yeah. Maybe. Almost. I don't know. Trying to go more so based off of the expression. And then I'm going to take away the text so that way no one accidentally... Or actually we'll just have it be super low opacity so I can see it. But then... Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What other symbols are there? Yeah, we got thought bubble. Let's see. Ooh, you know what? Maybe we'll give him little stars. That's what I gave one of the characters last time, and it didn't really work out, but I think with this guy it will. Yeah, we'll give him little stars. That works. Alright, put that there. Some little sparkly dot kind of things. Yeah. And then... Or maybe we'll put some of those, like, regular sparkles in. Yeah. That works. Maybe a mix of... Oh, wait. It could be cool to have it be almost like a little... Like an array, like that. And then we'll just move this one right here, a little bit more down. And then... Okay. Kind of at a loss. Kind of at a loss here for this little guy. Don't know what other little symbols that I can do. Because he's got... Okay, yeah, so he's got little lightning bolts. What else is there? What else can I think of? Little, like, retro-ish symbols. Okay. Ooh, you know what? I can do this. That little, like... Yeah, hold on. Figuring it out. Yeah, I can do that little symbol. Yeah, there we go. That works for him. Because it's like, there's energy there, but it's like internal energy when it's like, oh, like he's noticing something. Yeah, I like that better. Maybe go a little farther for this side. Yeah, so it kind of... Yeah. Yeah, I think that works for him. Or if anything, I can almost have this arch up a little more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this looks nice. And then there's just like almost this healthy amount of negative space. So it's not way too cluttered, but it's also... Yeah, I think it'll work this way. Okay, so then we will actually go ahead and draw with this, with their respective colors at a slightly higher saturation. Yeah, because like the slight differences in the color variation with this pen almost makes it feel like chalk to me, which I really like that. So we're gonna stick with that as like the visual style. It's just kind of like their little internal symbolisms. I don't know, I'm just making shit up. Okay, and then this guy, I think I kind of want to make him a slightly more saturated pinky color, so yeah, and then that way I can mark that up more and do his little exclamation. Yeah, I like this bright pink for his colors. Works nicely. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and then we'll do this guy's. It's already pretty bright green, so okay. Alright, that looks pretty good. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe. Okay, there we go. This works. I will erase down some of this, though, just to make it a little bit more shaped. And less circly. Yeah, a little sharper. Oh, okay. Yeah, that works for him, I think. And then this mint. Brighter. Okay. Okay, perfect. His little thought bubble. Okay. There we go. Okay, nice little thought bubble. And then my thing for this one is, like, I think I should draw, like, an actual, like, whited out speech bubble. Because then it's, like, it feels more like he's saying something versus the way that this is, where it's just, like, the thought bubble. But yeah, so let me double check on the stream. Okay, perfect. And then, cool. Let's see, let's brighten that up a little. We'll do this guy's because his is gonna be easy. I think I'll honestly just try both and see which one looks nicer. But I think I'm ultimately gonna go with having his be an actual real speech bubble. So what we'll do is we'll add this to the... Question is, do I do it in small line art or big line art? I think small line art's the way to go. I'll have this be on top, and then... Yeah, because then that way it kind of stands out from the rest. And then... Yeah. And then what we'll do is we'll fill that in with some white. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry. I was basically just flashbang the screen. Okay. My bad. Okay. And then this guy's color, a bit brighter, with the chalk at max. Yeah, this should look good, hopefully. Because it is a fairly lighter color, so I'm hoping it doesn't look too bad with the white backdrop for this, but we'll see. So let's turn it up and check. Yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah, there's some nice, I like the little visual difference of that. But what I probably will do is I'll probably shrink this down a tiny bit. Have it be right about there. Yeah. All right. And then, cool. I think that's just about done. And then let me brighten up the offline. Yeah, this will be good. I think this is perfect for this. Yeah, this is great. I like this as a little offline screen. All right, that's one and done. Or I guess at this point, two and done. So we will go ahead and duplicate this and flatten it so I have a singular image. All right. And then I will just go ahead and I'll export this later. Oh, geez. Okay. So we'll do this as its own, or should I add it to the yeah, I should add it to final asset so that way I have a separate thing. Gallery, be right back, and then have this be its own oh. Okay, hold on. Didn't set in there. Go, layers, and boom. Importing. Okay, cool. And then we'll turn off that just because it's on animation mode for this right now, for the little movement. So yeah, so this is what I wanted to do for like an offline screen, is to have these like little symbols kind of just give it some semblance of like movement, just kind of like visual movement, especially because like for something like this where it's like I want it to just hold the place of the stream when I'm gone if I need it. So in that case though, we will then just turn off the animation assist, and then what I can do is then look at this one, which I like this one too. I like it's a little bit brighter. Ooh, excuse me. But yeah, so it's a little bit brighter, and then it kind of makes it a little bit visually different from the other one. So that's good. So we got another asset done. Yippee! Okay, so now that this is done, I'm going to delete this from here and just keep this where all the final, or not the final, where all the raw files and images are, as far as like the layers and just drawn assets and everything like that. But yeah, this is great. I think this is nice. I could do a little bit of cell shading. Oh, no. You know what? I know exactly what I need to do. I need to do some highlights like I did on the last ones. So I need to go onto this layer and not do a drawing assist, do a clipping mask. Yes. Okay. Let me go ahead and delete this because this is not the final asset anymore. I need to go in and do what I did with these guys, and I totally forgot, and I'm so glad I noticed, is this little bit of highlight that I did for them. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad I realized that. And then what I'm going to do, yeah, I'll do one for the skin and then one for the little fuzzy hair. So it's time to decide where the light source is going to be. What I'll probably do is have it come from this direction, like it's going like this. So we'll do that. And then, yeah, so we'll use the selection tool to kind of have it go like this. Color fill. There we go. Yep, that's what I was missing. It's like I need something a little more form-driven. Then we'll use the gel pen to fill in any little inconsistencies. Yeah, and then we'll have this go like this. A little shine here. On the little hand beans. Alright. Okay. There we go. Alright, and then I always start with this guy, but I think it's just because he's like taller, so I just see him first, which is purposeful. And then I won't give him a shiny... No, I will, because it'll look nicer. Sometimes you just gotta fudge the lighting a little bit for these, because I don't know, call it a stylistic choice, but I just think it looks kind of fun, more fun and visually appealing. Ooh, I'll give him a little shine on his little cheek. Yeah. Okay, and then I'll bring this down a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. And then this guy. Perfect. We'll erase a little bit. Oh, not that much. Here we go. And then I won't put any on his cheek because I feel like that goes a little too... Yeah, there we go. No, I wanted that filled. There we go. Okay. Oh, come on. Nope, this is the eraser. I want this. There we go. Alright, and then yeah, we'll have the cheek not be highlighted for that one since he is more so blocked. Oh, this guy's cheek can be highlighted though. Yeah, okay. And then this guy, we'll do hair later. We'll do the noggin first. Perfect. We won't have that ear highlighted, just have a little bit of this one. Just because he's up a little closer. Well, he's farther back, so he should be getting some of his own separate light. Yeah, and then we'll get a little bit on his cheek as well. Yeah. There we go. I like that. There's there was a little spice, a little something that I was missing, you know? So, wanted to add that. Okay. Right. Fingies for this guy. Okay. And then a little bit here, a little bit here. Tiny bit on his cheek. Oh. And then we'll erase that to round it out a tiny bit. And then his noggin. Oh, maybe not into the eye. Yeah. And then a teeny tiny bit on his ear. We gotta make this work. Yeah. There we go. And then this guy, we'll just put it on his fingers, because if the light source is where it is, then he won't get any on. Yeah, he'll get some on these fingies though. There we go. Okay, and then he'll get a little bit on his ear. There we go. Yay! Alright. And now we'll do some on the fur. This is where it'll look a lot nicer. And then some here. Oh man. Dang it. Alright, fill that part, and then tiny bit here. And then if anything, we'll almost round this out. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And this guy will have a little here, tiny bit there. And then we'll put some here. Oh, I forgot that it's on that layer as well. Okay. And then... Okay. Once again, just checking in chat if anybody wants to comment if the audio is at all bad. I guess we'll just... If it is, we'll have to suffer in the VOD and in post, which it's all part of the process. Okay, I'm gonna put a teeny tiny bit on his shoulder because it's like almost being backlit. And then some on these hair. And then there's that. And a little bit there. Perfect. And then we'll put a tiny bit on his shoulder. And definitely some on his tail. Oh, maybe like that. Oh, no. There we go. Perfect. And maybe even a tiny bit right here as well. I think I just accidentally bumped the mic. My bad. Okay. And then a little... No. Not there. We'll put some here. Nope, I don't want the eraser, I want my pen. Yeah, that works for him. And then we'll put a teeny bit on his tail. Erase a little bit of that. Ooh, yeah, I like that, that was good. Good. Teeny tiny bit there. Oh man, I accidentally fill the layer. There we go. Put a little bit there. Okay. Nice. Okay. See, yeah, I like that a lot better. It gives it some, gives a little bit more visual interest. And then we'll do this, and then a teeny tiny bit there. Yeah, gives it a little something extra, I guess. And I'm genuinely just kind of, I mean, I think I have a solid understanding of like light source and stuff like that. So then we'll do his hair, which will have the most highlight, I think, because it's like right above him, this light source. So this imaginary little light source that I have. And then I don't think he has any other fur placements that I want to do stuff for. So I think this is good. Maybe I will thin it out a teeny tiny bit more. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, but it does kind of make it more intense on that side, which is part of what I want. Yeah. I like this. This works. Okay, now it's done. Now I have that little extra bit of visual. So now I can go like this, duplicate, and then flatten that. And then now we can move this to the final assets area. Boom. There we go. Nice. All right. I'd say that's a pretty good finished product right there for my channel. Oh. Low power mode. What? It's... Oh, I guess it's taking energy out faster than it is charging it. Oh boy. Okay then. So... I guess with that, what I'm gonna do is go ahead and go on a short little break and let my iPad charge up a little bit and figure out what's going on with this whole charging situation and why it's not giving it the juice that it needs. Because I do not want my iPad to die when we're only 2 hours into a 6-hour stream. So I'm going to go ahead and go make myself a little bit of food. And I'm going to let the music keep playing and just let the stream chill out for a little bit of time. And then I will be back, and then we can start working on the next asset, which will be, let's see. We got the offline screen done. We're going to delete that, and then we will work on starting screen soon. Yeah. Wow, that's so crazy to see that, to like see the sketch of like the thing that like I'm doing, and then eventually be able to be like, oh, look at that, I can make a final product, and these look very coherent to one another, which makes me very happy. Okay, so yeah, so we'll do that, take a short little break, and then we will be back after that. Yeah. Alright, and I am back. Okay, so I have some nice meal ready for me here. I've got 2 peanut butter sandwiches and an apple, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat those. Try to keep the mic away from my mouth a little bit. But we will get back to drawing soon. In the meantime, enjoy the lovely ASMR content, I guess, now. This is a good sandwich. Maybe I can... I don't know if I'm allowed to play, like, other YouTube content or something on my screen or something. But my stream is currently set up in a way where the visuals are going to be my iPad and the audio is going to be my desktop. So I don't know how well that'll work out. Not sure. But I'm happy with what I've accomplished so far. Which, you know what? I'm gonna do this while and have it be lunch, break, highlight everything, edit style, bring the size down a little bit, turn snapping back on. Oh, right there. Yeah. We'll just have this sit on screen for the meantime while we... Yeah. Ooh, you know what? I can also do this. Oh. There we go. This way, I can have a little background image that lets people know I'm on lunch break. But we'll go ahead and put... Oh, wait. We'll add an addendum to that. And smaller. And smaller text. Nope. Wrong one. Let's see. Come and chat. Alright. I'm gonna widen that. There we go. Perfect. Nice. That's so cool that I can just do that. Alright. Now, what are we gonna chat about? Let's see. Considering I'm done with this, I want to think about what I'm gonna do for my little starting card. Oh. Because... Let's see. I am gonna lower this music just a tiny bit more, because... There we go. Because I have to have the mic away from my mouth a tiny bit, just so I can, what's it called? Just so I can eat. I feel like having to, like, DJ my audio, but... But yeah, so for my starting screen, I could do some, like, iMovie stuff, almost in the same way that you could do, like... Oh, you know what? No. What I'm gonna do... I have Procreate Dreams. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop all of the different little visual assets in the same way I would drop, like, a PNG tuber. And then... export all those different little pieces into Procreate Dreams and fiddle around with that. So maybe what we'll do is we'll have today be the day that I draw all the assets for both the starting screen and the end screen. So that way I'll have all the pieces together, and then that way I can just focus on that. And then what I can go ahead and do is then I can export all those into Procreate Dreams, the animation program, and then we'll have that be tomorrow's stream where we fiddle around with all of that. So, okay, I think I can turn the music back up again. Yeah. Maybe. Okay. But, yeah. We'll have tomorrow's stream be the... We'll have tomorrow's stream be the animation day, where I go in and do all that stuff. And then after that, I still have a whole nother stream on Wednesday. So, that'll be... We'll have to see what I do that day. Because it's only going to be 2.5 hours as opposed to today and tomorrow, which will be much longer streams. Oh my god, a glob of peanut butter almost went out of the sandwich and onto my clothes. That would have been so sad. But I saved it. All good. But, yeah, I'm not sure because I have my offline screen done. I have my Be Right Back screen done. Maybe what I'll do is make a whole other, like, maybe I'll make a new PNG tuber for when I'm, like, chilling out. So that way, I mean, I can just have that be on screen, so that way people know, but I think that'd be fun to have a few different PNG tubers. Maybe what we'll do on Wednesday is we'll go ahead and, like, draw up some like concept sketches. That way we don't have to commit to anything. Because I can almost guarantee I'll probably still have, like I have to this week, where it's like I'm gonna have pretty big chunks of time off. So I can get the concepts done on Wednesday. That's what I'll do. I'll get the concepts done on Wednesday. And then wait until the next week to really commit to anything, if I want to make anything. But yeah, once my once all these different assets are done, I guess I can technically move on to emotes. Maybe get some viewer suggestion in for that. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm moving through this a bit faster than I thought I would, to be honest. Which, like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy about that. But it'll be interesting to see just how everything ends up turning out. You know what I could do? I could actually, instead of working on different PNG tuber assets on Wednesday, what I'll do is I'll start coming up with some concepts for, what's it called? Concepts for my banner. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll focus on. So that way I can have a unified banner for, all of my socials. Because I think that'll be nice. Yeah, that'll be good. Because I'm already starting to see a pretty good, like, visual repetition with the little munchies. But what I'll probably do for my banner is something with my persona, this little manchi persona. Probably have it be in a similar style to what I'm going to do for my little starting and ending cards. Because then that way, I can have my my profile picture. My profile picture will be something I think that'll keep consistent across my platforms and have it just be the little X-Men X. And then my banner will be the thing that shows off my Sona, so that way when people click onto my socials, they can see that it's me, like it's my Sona and like my account and everything like that. But yeah, I think that'll be a good visual identifier if I do it that way, because the X-Men X that I have, I really like it as a profile picture in general, but it's also something that you see and it's like very bold and specific with the colors and visuals, because it's literally just what, black, yellow, red, and then like the X. So I'll probably keep that as my profile picture for the time being, just because most profile pictures you're seeing on like a little mobile device, so it's not too big of a deal. But when you are seeing like a banner across most mobile or any other type of platform, that's kind of the thing that catches your eye, I think, more so. But we'll do that's what we'll have it be in the plan, is that we'll do concept sketches for a banner on Wednesday. Yeah, and then today we'll get done with some more assets, like for the starting and ending cards. See if we can get through all of them today. If not, we'll wrap up the rest of drawing the pieces tomorrow, and then we'll go into Procreate Dreams and mess around with that. I think that'll be cool to check out and see what it does, because most of the time when people make stuff like that, I think it's usually in like Adobe After Effects or something. But considering I do not have any Adobe products and I do not plan on ever investing anything into Adobe, pirating or otherwise, excuse me, I think because I already have Procreate Dreams, and at least what I've seen through media, through like the projects that I've seen other people do on it, I think that should be a good program to do some very basic, like almost tweening animation, I think it's called. But I'll mess around with it a little bit off stream just to see what it's capable of. And if it ultimately comes down to it that it's just going to be some little still images with some little mini GIF animation things, like I had in my little Be Right Back screen, I think that'll be fine. That'll be totally okay. Because when I was getting the little Be Right Back screen integrated into OBS, it was super duper simple to just have like a little animated, like I think it's like an MP4 file of just the 2 frames that it's looping between. Because you can set something like that to loop in OBS, which is very great. I love how intuitive the program is. But one thing I will say is apparently a lot of other people have been having problems with OBS as of late for some reason, which I've been overhearing when I'm going into other people's art streams and like stuff's not working right, which I'm a little wary of as time has gone on, because I've just started and I would not like to already be having to deal with issues like that. But I think by keeping my stream fairly simple in its like overlays and little alerts and stuff like that, and like how I have it set up, I think I should be okay to just do what I'm doing and have most of it be very simple scene overlays for the be right back and starting and all that good stuff. But yeah. Oh, I need a sippies of peanut butter. Not a sippies of peanut butter. A sippies of water. Don't drink peanut butter. You will probably choke. As someone that eats peanut butter very frequently, that is a very easy thing for happen. Okay, hold on. I'm taking a sippies of water. Okay. I also have an apple here, which I don't think eating a whole crunchy apple on stream will be a great audio quality thing, but if I need to, I think what I'll do is I'll just go and I'll just go put up my be right back screen, and then I'll go and chop it up, and that way it'll hopefully be a little bit easier to have it not be so horrible audio quality of just me crunching into the microphone with an apple. It's goomy. But yeah. 2:30? What is that? That's almost halfway point. 3 will be the halfway point. So we're eating a meal right in between. This is perfect. So we'll see what we can get done for the starting and ending cards. And if I get enough people as the stream continues, if people stick around, I'm gonna attempt to try to raid somebody else, because when I looked into it, it doesn't seem like I need to be an affiliate or anything like that to be able to do it. So I'll go ahead and test that today, because I've been following a lot of other art streamers, so there should at least be one online that I can transfer everybody over to if anybody sticks around. And I just thought about this, even if there isn't, there I believe is one account that is constantly streaming that I have on my suggested, or like my recommended on my channel, which is the Bob Ross streams. So if need be, I honestly, what I'll probably just end up doing is just sending everybody over to the Bob Ross stream, because you can't go wrong with Bob Ross. That's what I was doing at work the other day, or day before last. I was just watching Bob Ross streams while I was at work. And I gotta say, doing that really helped just keep me in a good mood most of my shift. I mean, I can stay in a solidly good mood. Like, I have decent control over that, but it was just really nice to have this, between, I think, like, there's, like, the very different but similar energy but different topics kind of people, because you have not even characters, you have people like Mr. Rogers, Bob Ross, I think, what's the Australian nature guy? Steve Irwin? I think that's his name. But like, all of those guys have the same energy, just for very different topics, because like, you have one for nature, one for like neighborhood and like community, and then you have one for art. But either way, I was listening and watching to Bob Ross paint as I was working, and that really helped keep me in a good headspace. So, if anything, we'll just test out my little raid on the Bob Ross stream. I wonder who maintains that. Because, like, I'm 90% sure Bob Ross had a kid or kids. But I remember watching this documentary about Bob Ross and his, like, media image. That apparently a lot of the Bob Ross, like, merchandise that exists was something that Bob Ross and his family explicitly didn't want. So I do want to do a little bit of research into that before I go blabbermouthing about the Bob Ross streams, because if it's another case of, like, I forgot what the documentary is called, but there's this whole thing about how he didn't want to become this, like, marketable thing. And they kind of, like, in the same vein as, like, a lot of the stuff with, like, the SpongeBob franchise, and that, like, the creator and the original person that was doing everything avidly and vocally and intentionally was like, hey, once we get to this certain point of, like, fame and fortune or project, like, creative projects we've done, please leave it be. Like, that was something that I know for sure for SpongeBob, that I think it was only, like, the first SpongeBob movie and maybe something a couple things after that the guy that made SpongeBob was like, hey, once we are done with all these things, no more different medias. Like, so I think he was like, you can still merchandise it and still do stuff with the IP, but after this certain point, I don't want any more, like, visual media getting made for it. And they completely ignored that, which I think for me, it's like, I grew up with SpongeBob, and now a lot of the stuff that's coming out for the SpongeBob IP, I don't really like. Like, it doesn't feel like the same humor style, like, at all. So I think, like, in the same vein with Bob Ross, it was like they took his image, I think, after he had passed, and maybe even while he was still alive. I'm not entirely sure. I forgot what the documentary was called, but in this documentary, it just goes on talking about how he basically, like, he didn't want to become this IP. He just wanted to share his art skills and connect with people. And all of these companies basically shadily took advantage of him in some way and used his image and turned him into this IP for all this different merchandise that he explicitly didn't want. So I should do some research into seeing who streams and, like, how it's being ran over on Twitch for Bob Ross streams, because it's just it's just reruns of all of his Painting with Bob Ross series, which does not feel that bad. Because, like, I love seeing it. I love just the constant flow of just his content with minimal ads, because as long as I watched it, it seems like whatever the settings are for the ads, they had them run fairly minimally, which is nice. But I'm not sure who it is that runs it, because I would hate to find out that whoever's running the Bob Ross Twitch streaming service is, like, somebody that's just doing it for the money, or, like, it's not his, like, family or somebody that's like, I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart because I want other people to have access to Bob Ross. Because I'm not sure that there's anything else. Like, I think you could probably look up stuff on, like, YouTube and, like, his old shows. I bet you there's, like, physical copies and stuff. Like, there's still ways of getting Bob Ross today. But I really enjoy the fact that there's this, like, constant stream of just maybe just, like, a randomized loop of reruns of his. Just basically this, like, TV channel that's just always playing Bob Ross. But I'm not sure. I would have to go check in the bio and see if it's, like, who's running that account. If it's some, like, company bullshit that's just taking advantage of the IP of Bob Ross to make a couple extra bits of money off of, like, subscriptions if anybody decides to support it, then I will definitely have to take it off of my... Painfully, I will have to take it away from my suggested streamers for you to check out, because I do not want to support that. But other than Bob Ross, I'm following a lot of different artists that are all over the world in all these different time zones, so I would be willing to bet that at least one of them will still be streaming when I'm done. Or at least will, like, start streaming when I'm done. But we'll have to see. But yeah, for me, it's 2:45 right now, so I will aim to get my food consumed by 3. And then we'll get back to it. Because I definitely needed to do this. This was perfectly timed, honestly. That the about halfway point is when I got some food in me, so we can finish off the rest of the stream strong. But I will go ahead and post the final image, the little offline image, on my Twitch account at the end of this and get it uploaded up there. And then post a version, the final version of it, over on my Blue Sky and stuff, like just kind of keep an updated list of all the assets we've completed. So we will do that. But, and then like I said before, I fiddled with my Twitch settings, so this VOD will immediately get uploaded, I think, to my Twitch account itself, and then I'm recording a separate file that I will upload directly to YouTube. So that way I just have like a little personal archive set aside and have everything good to go there. But I just finished my sandwiches, and I'm almost kind of scared to see what will happen to the audio when I go to take a bite into this apple. But I really want to eat this apple. So I might step away for a sec again and go cut it, so that way I can consume it without completely butchering the audio quality. I'm also going to check up on this YouTube video. Oh. It jumped to a new video without my permission. I really hope... Feel free to use your new Twitch, Feel free to use this during your Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and other live stream services where music can get you a copyright strike. Oh. Twitch safe. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and actually save this to my Twitch jams. Oh, and this one's 4 hours long. Perfect. Oh, thank goodness. I was a little worried, because it was playing for a few minutes, and I didn't want it to be something that would end up getting taken down. But thankfully, YouTube sent me automatically after this my little playlist wrapped up to a Twitch safe music stream, and the vibes are decent. Yeah, just electronic, techno, gaming vibes, it sounds like. But yeah, I'm gonna go step away real fast, and I'm going to chop up this apple. I'm also gonna check on the battery. Okay, so I switched the chargers, and I think that helped get it back up to where it needs to be with battery. So, excuse me. I will be right back. I have to chop this apple, and then what I'll probably do after that is just kind of snack on the apple while I'm drawing. So, I will return one moment. I have returned. Okay, so now I have my little apple chopped up. Let's see how horrible this is going to be for the audio. Okay, not bad. Perfect. Alright. And then I was watching my stream, and it seems like it kind of is a little glitchy here and there, but that's okay. Alright. Lunch break is over, so we will go ahead and get rid of that. Just leave that as is. And now we move on to the starting stream. Okay. So for this, what I'll probably do is have it be... We'll work on a more refined sketch, I suppose. I'll take another bite of apple. I really hope this is not butchering the audio quality. Ow. It doesn't seem like it is, so I think we're okay. Okay. Alright. Got a bunch of just little apple juice bits in my iPad. Okay, that's fine. We'll clean it up later. Alright. And then I'll go ahead and do a better sketch before I go in with any line art intention. Just to refine it up a bit. Get it ready. So we'll do that now. And then just kind of keep kicking it. Keep it going for the next, what is it? Yep, it's about 3 right now. Perfect. So right about when I wanted to get back into it. But yeah, we'll keep going until about 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. 3 more hours for anybody that doesn't want to look that up. But yeah. And then I gotta start thinking a little bit about what I want to do for my banner. Because I'm thinking I'll probably just end up doing some kind of illustration with my sooo. But I might want to make that a later endeavor because I kind of want to get a little bit better at being able to like render and stuff. So maybe that'll be something we work up to, is being able to get it to look nice like that, like the way I want it to be. And learn some rendering techniques that'll make it look good. Because for the Twitch assets, like, not to say that it's like they're not good, it's just, it's something where it's like I don't mind that they're a little bit more simple when it comes to the visuals. Because it's like, it's just, you know, it's just kind of things that are meant to be these like bookmarks in points of the stream. So, alright, taking another bite of apple. Oh. But I'm not too worried about them not being really well rendered at all. Also just because I do prefer a more comic booky, cartoony kind of style. Just out of preference anyways. But I do want to have it be something that's nice, that can sit there on my socials and I can be satisfied with it. Because like, I'm satisfied with these images that I've got going on right now, because it's like, I just think visually and stylistically it does work for what for just like the overall image of the streaming platform and like the account and everything like that. I think it works really well. But when it comes to like my art account and having like that's going to be the thing that's going to be up on my Blue Sky as well, I do want to make it more of a art project than a Twitch assets project. So that might be something we do later. And in the meantime, we'll just maybe work on doing some like emote concept sketches or something. Yeah. But we'll get there when we get there and figure out what it is that needs to happen. Because in the meantime, I don't mind just having whatever's there sit there. should probably flip this canvas actually. Boink. Yeah. Yeah, that looks alright. Because it's a little more poked out on that side of the face anyway, so it works. Oh, but I might need to shrink this bit of fluff down a little more. Yeah. Nope, not that much. Yeah. Yeah, where I had it first time was pretty good in the initial sketch. Alright, and then the hoodie part. Yeah. But yeah, again, this is all just me thinking out loud and like 10 steps down the line because I just want to have it somewhat figured out before... Oh, actually, you know what? I need to like flip it back again so I can get a good look at my hand for how this is going to be held. Okay, it'll be... Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then it'll just be 3 fingies, because that's kind of how I have it set up. And then... Does that how I... Wait. Nope, this finger is farther back, and then this one's farther out. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. And then the thumb's just about as big, so... Yeah, weird hand angle, but should be fine. Should come out looking okay. Maybe I should thin it a little bit on this side, though. There we go. And then this finger just kind of goes underneath. So we'll have it do like that. There we go. I can draw hands. Alright, and then we'll have a little bit of the bottom part of the hand poking out. And then, yeah. Okay. But yeah, I always like... I've been starting to do these, like... If anything, it's like I was always trying to sketch like this initially, but I think it is better and something that I've seen more with artists, just that aspect of, like, just getting a little bit of that thumbnail sketch down first. Oh, that's all wonk. Hold on. It's gonna be more like that. Yeah. But anyway, just getting more of that thumbnail sketch down first, just to have something, just a little rough draft, which I started doing more, and as you can see, it's been very helpful, because then I can just kind of go over it and really define out the pieces that I need to. And then for this bit, I actually think it would be better to go like this, and then since the fluff is more like that, go like that, and yeah, that's better. But yeah, even doing stuff like that, it's like, oh, too big of a eraser. Okay, do like that, and then add the fluff there. Because on my Sona, like as you can see, just him sitting here, it's a little bit more upward. So, and I guess the fluff can do whatever I want it to do, but still. Would it be better to have it kind of just be like, yeah, that's actually better to just have it be slightly dipped in, and then, yeah. And then we'll have the hoodie kind of rolled up and going out, and like bunched up like that. Yeah. Perfect. And then we'll have the other part of the hood go here. And my shoulder can kind of go right there. Actually, you know what? No. I should have this bit of the hood a little bit more pronounced. And like that. Yeah. Because this bit is where it's... Yeah. And then this should kind of puff out a little bit more. my pencil will go darker. There we go. I can't see any of the little stringies, which is fine. And then maybe we can see a little bit of that one. Yeah, that'll be good. And then we'll have my tail be there. Just right between that little curve. And then honestly, I should probably have this go out a little farther. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, just kind of shoulder there. Question is, should I have it be more pronounced like that? Oh, you know what? I should just get a little bit of it like that. Yeah. Not too pronounced, but not too not. Alright, bite of apple. Ow. Alright, I'm back circling a little bit. And do a little stretchy. Oh goodness. Okay. Okay. Alright. Now how do we go about separating all of these? How should they be layered as assets? Because what I'm thinking is, I'm gonna put that down a little bit, is what we'll do is we'll have the head be its own asset, right? We'll have the head be its own asset, that will kind of do its thing. Yeah, we'll have the head be one, we'll have, yeah, we'll have the neck and like, or well actually, you know what, we'll have the head be on a similar layer or something, like on the same level almost. Maybe not even the same level, because like this part of the hand's a little bit closer to the camera's source, imaginary camera source. So we'll have that, and then we'll have the hand be its own separate thing. Yeah, like this part without the hoodie. Or honestly, probably possibly even just the hand with the pencil might actually be better and give us a little bit more. Yeah. And then we'll have the arm bit here without the hoodie be its own separate layer as well. This bit. Yeah, we'll have that bit be its own thing. And then we'll have the, what's it called? We'll have this bit of the sleeve of the hoodie be its own separate asset. And then we'll have yet another asset difference for the body. Yeah. Should I have a separate one for the neck? Probably not. I think that'll be fine. I don't want to get way too detailed with it. And then we'll have the what's it called? We'll have the tail be its own separate thing. So yeah, so this is kind of how it'll all get layered. We'll have this be a little bit more dark, just to separate it out. Oh, and this also be a little bit more green. There we go. So that way they all look different. Oh, this is like a, oh, whoops. Okay, let's have this be more of a bright purple. Or even like a darker purple. There we go. Yeah, so we'll have the hoodie sleeve be a thing. We'll have the, yeah, that's, I think that's a good way to separate it all out, is doing that. And then just doing this so I can get a better visual of how it'll look separated. Just so I can visualize it a bit better. Okay, I guess I need the gel pen. And then we'll do some eyebrow fill-in. Because, like, I could start getting the official stuff done, but I like getting a good feel for the concept first. Just to see how it'll look. Yeah. Yeah, that looks nice as far as the way it's split up. Yeah. And then, yeah, the way this is separated, I should be able to have it come out well. And then it'll essentially, I think what it'll just be is like a little loop of it just kind of floating in a way where we'll have just like the hand just kind of come in a little bit, and like almost in the same way that like my little guys, oh, hold up, let me get... Oh, hello. Hold on. Let me translate this real quick. Why don't I see you? Well, so I decided to make what's called a little PNG tuber, just because it seemed like more fun. I don't mind showing my face. It's just, this just looks cooler to have like a little character, at least to me. There's a lot of other art streamers that I've seen that do it. And there's a lot of art streamers that I've seen that will just have what they're drawing and then have like a little something in the corner of where their face is. But honestly, I think that I want the focus point more so to be on the art itself. And I think it's cool to have like a little character be the thing that's also there. Let's see. Boink. And copy. I really like it when you use camera, but I like this version too. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fairly, like, what's hilarious is that, like, I'm already a fairly expressive human being with my face anyways, and just, like, my general body language. So, honestly, the energy feels pretty similar to what would happen anyways, whether I was on camera or not. But, yeah, this version I like a lot just because it's... I don't know. It's more fun. I think that's, like, the best way I can describe it. It's more fun to just have this, like, different kind of thing in, like, visual, that it's, like, immersing myself into the... I don't know, just like the persona and the identity of, like, I'm in art mode, I guess. I like it. Yeah. But yeah, right now, I've just gone through working on just how I'm going to separate this and then export it into an animation program called Procreate Dreams. And then, let me actually just merge all this together and put that on its own separate group. But yeah, last stream, I got this finished. Or I guess I can show like the actual finished asset in its animation form. Yeah, so I got this done last stream as like a little thing I can pull up. I can actually trade it off right now so you can see it, but this little card will pop up that I made whenever I need to step away from the stream for a minute, like I have done, like I just did a bit ago, to go get some food. And then I also have this offline screen that I'm going to have come up on, like, when I go offline, like, there's a little card that you can have, like a little image that can sit there. And so usually what will normally end up being there is some kind of other streamer, because like I have a bunch of suggested streamers that other people I like and think other people could watch whenever I'm offline. But I'm still gonna have this up in the meantime. But yeah, so those are the assets that I have already gotten done, and then the one that I'm working on right now, which is this, what's it called? Yeah, this little starting screen I can just kind of have set up at the beginning, so that way I can just have it running right on time when I need to for streams. Just to let people know that like a stream is starting, and then eventually, in the same way that like this little thing transitions, I can just have that floating, like this kind of what I'm drawing here, just floating and then coming back to the actual stream thing. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm going to get this separated and drawn in a way that'll be easy to animate, and then doing the same thing for this little end card that I'm going to make, but I have not done a nicer sketch for and separated out. So yeah, that's just kind of what I'm up to. And then, yeah, so I'm going to get the line art done for all the different sections on this. So I'm going to lower that sketch layer a little bit, and even this one a little more, and then get some line art done. All right, and then will this be okay for the line art? Yeah, this will be. Okay. But yeah, I'll do the head first, so that way I know what'll be on top as far as the layering. But yeah, I'll just have, because like I haven't used Procreate Dreams yet, really. Like I fiddled around with the first version of it when it first dropped, but it recently had, I think, a fairly big update. Like they literally changed the little visual on the app for Procreate Dreams. So I'm interested to see everything that's gotten changed for it. But we will see how that goes. But for now, I'm just getting all of the little parts to then be able to export them to, like, essentially almost like puppeteer them in that program, because I think I should be able to figure out a way of doing that. But I prefer, at least from what I saw in the program last time, I do prefer using Procreate itself for drawing the different assets that I need first, like drawing the actual visuals, because there's stuff you can do where you can draw in the program itself, the other program, the Procreate Dreams program, but that's not, I don't know, just the format feels a little wonky for me, and so I'd prefer to get it all done in this program first and then go ahead and transfer everything over to the other program. So that'll be probably what I'll end up doing for tomorrow's stream, is going ahead and doing that. Oh, there we go. Oh, eyebrows are a little off. Hold on. There we go. Does that correct them? Yeah. Maybe a little bit more up on the top here. Yeah, that's good. And then will this end up crossing over a little bit, but we'll just have it go lower, so that way I don't need to worry about a top line part. But yeah, and then after I get both this and my other little end title card, I still don't know what the official name for it is, just like the little ending stream visual. Once I get this and that done, then that'll be just about everything for that I can really utilize for now until I become Twitch affiliate. But I'll probably come up with some other stuff to do in the meantime, or at least stuff to like conceptualize, because one of the things I also was talking about that I wanted to do for just my profile in general across different social media platforms that I'm using is to create a nice like artwork for my banner on all those different profiles. So what I'll probably do is end up coming up with like a sketch for that, like some concept sketches for those. But oh, we'll see. Alright. Okay. But I also, like, for the programming purposes, like I was talking about earlier in the stream, was just thinking about how, like, a lot of the stuff is done in... Most of the time when people would do, like, animation stuff, it's usually in other programs. So I don't know how many resources exist for being able to find a way of, like, learning what I need to do in Procreate Dreams, but I think I'll be able to figure it out. The Procreate's always been a very user-friendly and very intuitive program, so I will figure it out. Because I've just been getting back into drawing and, you know, pretty much animating at this point now with, like, my little PNG tuber and, like, figuring out how to get that all set up. There we go. But yeah, just been getting back into drawing and creating stuff again, seeing how it feels to basically just kind of create a platform from scratch. Hold on, this music's little not the vibe. Let me go back up to... I betcha I can do... Hold on, I don't like that. I think I should be able... You know, we'll just jump to this one. Yeah, I used it last stream, but I think enough of the music has been different at the beginning that we can circle back to it. It's starting getting a little too intense on whatever that one was. Okay. I'm gonna lower these colors a little bit more so I can see this outline a bit better. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then I'll have to edit these eyes a little bit. Almost. We'll go... Okay. Yeah, that's better. Bit better centering. And then gotta do the little tooth. Fix up this mouth a tiny bit. There we go. Actually, I should probably shift this tooth over a little bit. Wrong layer. Okay. Come on. There we go. That's better. Okay. And then we'll take this color and pop it in right there. Nice. Yeah, that's placement's a bit better. And then we can lower that back down. Perfect. Okay. Alright, eyeballs next. There we go. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do for this background either. but just like all the other ones I did, I think I'll figure something out that works. That looks nice. And if anything, it can just end up being that little color bit that I have in the background of most. Just like a nice fade and more of a focus on the art piece instead. Oh, hold on. That didn't round out the way I wanted it to. There, well, hold on. Hold on. I just kind of gotta angle it a little more, I think. Yeah, that works. Kind of. Hold on. I'm just gonna put this one up a little higher. There we go. Alright, so that's the line art for that done. And then... honestly, what I'll probably do is... we'll do the secondary line art next. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll do that next. Just a nice little outline. How did I have it on my character? Yeah, okay. We'll do it like this. Yeah, we'll do some on the ears. Just kind of separate out all those little layers on the head itself. And then go from there. Yeah. Alright. But I'm interested to see all the different tools that Procreate Dreams has had with its new update and how those will end up looking, because if it ends up being as easy as it sounds like it's going to be, I'm honestly kind of excited to get back into some simple animation stuff. Maybe create some little prompts or some animations to go as overlays in my stream. Because I've seen some other artists do stuff like that. Utilize their own animations. Oh, hold on. Utilizing their own animations for stuff like this. For their own little like Twitch platforms and stuff. So I think that could be fun. To like for any time anybody redeems anything. What I'll probably end up doing is utilize like this little thing above me, like that I have for chat, to have that spawn in whenever I have like a different request come through, as far as like a drawing request or doing like sips of water. But yeah, that looks good so far. Alright, and then what I probably should do is do this. Or actually, I'll take this color again and then tone it down just to get the layering awarenesses I need to for what needs to get colored in. Because the head will be its own separate thing. Yeah, that'll be its own separate layers, so I don't have to worry too much about that. Maybe I'll do the hand next, because that hand will be in the same way, where it's like there's not a lot of extra stuff I need to draw underneath to have it make sense, because it's just the hand. It's the arm that'll need to get the other treatment. But yeah, there we go. So that way it can get blocked out properly. And then, yeah, let's do the hand next. So that'll be its own separate group. And then, yeah. And then I'll do the hand. Okay. Ooh, wait, I should actually do this. Yeah, straighten those lines out. Perfect. All right. There we go. Nice. Okay. Pen is there. All right. I just realized that once I start drawing on my other tablet, that this is going to become obsolete. So I'll probably have to make a new one. But you know what? That's fine. If I need to make a new one, I'll make a new one. Because depending on how difficult or easy this is, what I'll probably just end up doing is either just illustrating a new one or doing it like this where I have everything separated and animating a new one. Or I guess tweening would technically be the better term to call it, because I don't think I'm going to do any like 2D like frame by frame animation. At least not yet. I'll maybe do something like that for the little redeemables. This song always seems to give me deja vu, and I don't know why. It's weird. It's a very odd feeling. But I guess I'm right where I'm supposed to be. There we go. Alright, and then the other fingy should have that one. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay. And then a little bit of the hand poking through. I guess I should have this not fully... Yeah. That looks nice. Alright, we'll bring the sketch layer down a smidge more. Nice. Okay. Now I need to erase where the pencil is. And then we'll do one layer with all of the big overlays over this. Not even overlay. The bigger line art. Is that the right size? Maybe a teeny tiny bit bigger. Right there? Yeah. Maybe. A little bit more. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. And then we'll have that go in a little. Cool. Just to separate everything out a little bit more. Oh, well, I didn't do it on a separate layer, so we're just going to commit to this. That's fine. Yeah, and this finger will be outlined to separate it from the Apple Pen. Yeah. Ooh, will that screw that up? No, it'll be fine. Okay. Ooh, look at that! I think line art's gotta be my favorite part of the process so far. Oh, whoa. Where did that come from? Okay, that just came here. Okay. the same thing for the thumb. Have it come out a little bit more. There we go. Okay, cool. That's how it looks, right? Yeah. And then I think that'll be something that I'm going to figure out before next stream as well, because I don't stream till 1 tomorrow, so I'm going to figure out how to get it set up so that way I can do different music. Because I want to play my own music. Alright, and then this needs that color on the bottom. Perfect. And then we'll do that. Yeah, this color separation thing is really helping my brain kind of understand how this is all going to end up getting layered. Which is great practice for eventually, I think, when I'm going to end up updating my PNG tuber. Make it a little, maybe a little bit more, not even complicated, just, I don't know, maybe more visually, just engaging, I guess might be the right word. But yeah, doing this is definitely helping my brain kind of understand how I would do something like that. Because, like, it almost reminds me of, like, papercraft. That's all my brain can think of right now, is, like, the way that this is layered. At least the way I'm doing it. I don't know. I haven't really watched a lot of people do stuff like this before. So, just kind of taking it as I go. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going... Okay, so we'll do the arm next, because that's kind of like the next thing closest to us. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll do line art for that. And I'll duplicate, and then I'm going to flatten this one so I can see the line art below it. Yeah, okay. And then for the way it's going to move, it'd probably be best to have it go a little bit into it, so that way I can see where the arm will end up being. Yeah, because this will end up kind of almost going like that. Yeah, because I don't need to draw too much of it, just like maybe that much. Yeah. And I can keep that as is. Okay. And then we'll do the thicker line art. Not that thick. There we go. I gotta think of some other stuff to fill the silence with, because like right now my brain's, I think, just more focused on like how this is gonna end up moving. But I don't need to get too caught up in that right now. That'll be a tomorrow's stream thing. But yeah, I guess I should start. I mean, I don't want to conceptualize too much stuff that it's like, okay, you don't need to be doing that much. But yeah, so I think, yeah, banner, my art banner will be something I might do farther down the line once I've got some more practice under my belt. And then, yeah, okay, so So then what's the color this needs for this layer? Oh, nope, I don't want to screen it. I want to normal it. Okay. Perfect. And then layer below. Lower that. Perfect. And gel pen. All right. Now that I'm looking at my PNG tuber, I should have added in some little, like, of those little white highlights, because I think I substituted them with, like, darker line art shadow, which, I don't know, not too big of a deal, but I think I'll add that in when I'm coloring in and finishing up the final forms of these assets. Okay, so let's see how this looks together. And do that, and then this can kind of move around some. Yeah. It'll have it be kind of go more upwards. Yeah. That works. Because what I can do, honestly, is have these two move in tandem with each other, and then have the hand move in its own kind of way to just kind of give it some life. But okay, and then alright, I'll delete that, put that back, because I need to start thinking about how the rest of this is going to look underneath. So we'll do that just to get it on. And then okay. Yeah, because that's where the arm's going to go. Man, this is really making my brain think. Okay. Oh, wait, where did that come from? Hold up. There we go. Just noticed that. Alright, take a bite of apple now. So, the thing is, when it comes to this specific layer, like this one, the purple one, I'm not sure how I'm gonna separate it, because that's where the arm is. So yeah, so bring this back down. So probably what I'll do is I'll have to, because this whole arm will end up, I think what I'll do is I'll have it kind of like go up. Like what I'll have it do is like kind of do a this type beat thing, which means it's going to need to go on the very top. Yeah, that'll be on the very top, and then we'll have this kind of move like that. Yeah, have it be kind of moving around like that. But if that's the case, then what that means I need to do is I need to have, what I'll probably do is this. I will have the sleeve bit be its own thing. Like, I'll do the line art and then I'll draw in the color here. And have the sleeve bit kind of be its own thing. And oh my goodness, my iPad is hot. You might need to take a little bit of a break, let it cool off. But yeah, so the sleeve will end up being, I think, 2 separate assets. That, because if this moves like this, it kind of goes up, I think. Then we'll have to have the sleeve possibly follow along with it as it goes back down. So, yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, so this little part will be its own separate thing. And then honestly, what I'll probably do is add this blue bit to be its own thing like this. Yeah, so the blue stuff will be all of the back, and then the head will move just a tiny bit. But the body will stay kind of stationary or stay as its own unit. But yeah, we'll do it that way. So yeah, so the sleeve will be its own separate thing. Yeah, we'll do it that way. So let's put this back to a lower opacity, and this one. And then this will be at the bottom of all of these. So we'll do that, and yeah. Oof, my neck. Okay. So we'll do the sleeve first. This one thing. Because if I have it more so focus on the movement, what I could always do is I can add some overlays that make it look nice into the animation program, hopefully. But we shall see. Because again, I don't fully know what Procreate Dreams is capable of. But I guess we'll find out. And honestly, I could have done this in the bigger line art form, because it's just the one. But I think it's good for me to have this little follow along bit. In the meantime, but yeah, alright. There's that, and then this will just end up being whatever that purple was to separate that. And honestly, I could probably just leave everything in puppet form for now, just to get an idea of what... Oh, excuse me. Get an idea of what it'll feel like operating it in Procreate Dreams. But... not sure. Oh wait, can I just turn on reference for this? Reference. Boom. Oh, okay, yeah, that works. Okay, and then we'll group that, and let's turn everything else on and see how it's looking. Yeah, because then what I can do here too is have these all move in tandem with each other, and then have it kind of like lower itself and like raise itself. Just a little bit though. There we go. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, and then get rid of all those. And then now get rid of that. Make a new sketching layer to get an idea of... Okay, so we've got... Oh wait. Put this back a little bit. So we've got the hood. Got the hood piece here. Hood piece, and then the arm coming down and going like this. Oh wait, that's something that I wanted to do for that, is erase this bit and just have it be the color. Yeah. Because then this will come in. Honestly, it'll probably be better to keep it separated that way. Yeah, we'll just leave it as is, just to make it easier. So if that's the case, what I'll probably do is, if anything, reorient this to be more of like... where the chest is, maybe? Maybe not. Honestly, I could just probably have it be color, and then because that's outlined, it should look fine. Oh, wait, no, we'll have this be there. The little string. Yeah. And then the neck. The rest of the hoodie. Shoulder. And then... oh, the tail will be all of here. And probably a little bit longer, just so I have a little extra to work with in case I need it. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, we'll point this a little more. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then lower that a little, and ooh, actually we'll have to duplicate this and then flatten that, and then do some more sketching to figure out where the neck is gonna be. Yeah, so like right there should be enough neck, and right here should be enough hood. Yeah, that should be good. And then we'll put the hood more there. And that. Actually, we'll put more neck. Whoa, this is so trippy thinking about all these layers. Okay, so then this will be the body, which will be at the very bottom of everything. Yeah. Okay, so I think I figured out how this works. Alright, so we'll lower that more and lower this a little more too so I can see what I'm doing. And the colors. Oh my gosh. My brain is firing on all cylinders, keeping up with all of these things. But I guess that's good. Nice, engaging project. Because it's not overwhelming, which is the nicest thing about it, is that it makes sense. It's just a lot to keep track of. But I think I get it. Alright, take another bite of apple. Okay. Okay, big line. Big decision. Womp. Hey, there we go. And then hoodie. I love that I can just do this. I just have the ability to be like, yeah, this is how this will turn out. And I will figure it out. I will find a way to make it happen. Because that's, like, that's most of the creative projects that I do is like, do I technically have the skill set for this? I'm not sure. But will I do my best to figure it out? Yeah. And that's honestly kind of just been my whole deal. Oh, hold on, because that's the sleeve, so this will be like that. Yeah, that's been my whole thing. Yeah, so that's all that needs to be. Okay, cool. And then we'll do another layer of big line art. Yeah, okay. And we'll have, will the neck be its own? We'll do a little bit of neck inward. Yeah, and then the rest. The hoodie, did the hoodie have a little? The hoodie had a little inward as well. It's cool to have the way that I have my stream set up be that I can see all my, like, assets running and things like that on my PC, because then I can just kind of look up and be like, how did I visually do this again? And then have it stay consistent, which is wonderful. Okay. This is looking pretty nice. It looks a little wonky when they're all separated, but when I put this all together into Procreate Dreams, I think it'll work out just fine. Oh, wait, I forgot to do... Okay, you know what? I'll do this afterwards, after I'm done with the thick line art, because no matter what, it's going to be thin line art. Yeah, and I think maybe what I'll do is a mix of the shadows, kind of like the thicker line art shadow thing that I was kind of doing, and maybe some of those like highlights that I did for the little Monchies, little just white highlights. See how that looks. Because the thing is like the only thing I'm worried about is if it's not a still image, it's like how am I going to have those operate when it comes to trying to tween it. So I think I'm going to I'll rely on overlays a little bit more for that, if that's a possibility. But like I said, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen in Procreate Dreams or how that functions, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, because then I can just kind of go like that for the strings, or just the one string that's showing. Okay, so there's that, which if I do reference for that, I can then pull up whatever the color was, which I think I almost nailed the sweater, or like the, not sweater, the hoodie color that I need for this. So, and this is just kind of placeholder anyways, so group that. All right, let's see these all laid out together. Boink. Yeah! So when it's all put together like that, it totally works. And honestly, what's hilarious is that this amount of arm I have, I think is perfect for me to go ahead and kind of do something more like this. Yeah, all these things moving independently will work pretty good. Yeah. It's like just enough to make it work. Yeah, we'll see how it works out at the end when I'm going into the program that I need. Okay, and then the tail, super duper easy, super duper easy. I can do this in the final form line art that I need because it's just the tail. A little bigger than that though. Yeah, there we go. Am I on the right? Yep, a blank layer. And honestly, what I'll do for this is just whoop. All right. Yeah, this is super easy to get that done. Ah, too big of a eraser. There we go. Yeah, because the tail, that's super duper simple. That is no problem. And then color that I want, and reference, and fill. Okay, and then group that together, and let's see them all laid out. There we go. Did I have the neck a little? I did have the neck a little bit darker down, farther down. Boink. Okay. Yoink. Yeah, like that. And then, okay. Let's see how that looks with the noggin back on it. Yeah. Okay. Let me clean that up a little bit. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so that is all separated nicely to be able to try out the program. Which I guess I should just base color what I need in. So, do I want to do that though? It's 2 more hours. I think this is a good point to leave it at. And then what I'll do is I will delete all of the sketchy stuff. Or maybe I should leave it. Yeah, we'll leave it. And then, you know what I will do though? I will go to the back of what's done, and then I will do a piece of this blue in the back. Yeah. And then I want to see what the... Oh, right. That was on reference. Turn that off. Nope. Good lord. No. Come on. There we go. Now it's full. Now it's full. Perfect. All right. Now let's see what the adding the text in white and have it say, what was it? Starting? Yeah, starting. Nope. Starting. Okay. Then have that to scale. A little smaller. Where's the dead middle? There it is. Cool. Yeah. That'll be good. And I'll have that for the backdrop, and then let's see. Oh, hold on. We'll put it a little bit of a brighter blue for the backdrop, and then utilize a darker blue for the bottom. Yeah. Nope, wrong one. Okay. And then Gaussian blur that. There we go. Boink. Oh, nope, what did I deselect? Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to deselect that. Yeah, and then that'll be what I have running at the beginning of my streams with a little bit of animation help. Yeah, that'll look nice. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so this'll just... I should go in and do all of my base coloring, so we'll do that. We'll start at the top and work our way down. Okay, hand, color, and then white, clipping mask, gel pen. All right, yeah, just some little coloring in. That works. Yeah. And, you know, from this we'll learn more about the in-depthness of what needs to happen with, hold on. Oink. Of, like, how I can utilize other programs, for different things and get some experience doing different stuff. Because, again, the thing I'm most excited for becoming Twitch affiliate is being able to have the channel point things and then being able to have all these fun little redeemable rewards. And oh my god, that was the wrong thing to outline. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? Whoops. Okay. There we go. Alright, hand complete. And most of these will be really easy. So what I'll just do is I'll merge all that. The noggin, we'll have those just be the same layer. And then face, fill that in. Alright, and then my tooth I think was just plain old white, right? Classic, yeah. Alright, plain old white. I could technically have it blank. But I don't really want to do all that, so. Yeah. I don't know. Alright. Let's see. We'll go with what next? We'll go with the eyeballs, color. I think I can turn reference on for this and just boink. Oh, did I fill it in directly? I did. Okay. Well, we'll do that then in the meantime. And then reference, color. Cool. Am I on the right layer? Yes. Color, and then white for the highlight. Yeah. Okay, this is starting to come together nicely, and I think by having the background be that little, like, gradient from a light blue to a dark blue, oh jeez, my shoulder. Having it be that gradient, I think, kind of almost adds a little bit of natural depth to it, but we'll see, again, we'll see what Procreate Dreams has to offer. And then, let's see, we'll fill this in like this. Oh, wait. Yoink. Alright, how does that look? Whoa! Oh, right, this is still on reference. Oh, no. There we go. Nice! Okay, okay, it's coming to life. It's coming to life. We got this. It's alive. Actually, it should be better to just go in and draw that little... Yep. Okay. And then... Hip. And then draw that down. Yay! Okay, hold on. Hip. Fill that pixel in. Nope, too high. There we go. Ta-da! Alright, look at that. It's coming to life. Oh, I love it. Adding colors. So magical. Alright, maybe I should have this go down a little farther, like that, to widen it out. Yeah. And then honestly, I should probably bring this down even lower. Make it a little more on par with the other one. Yeah. And then a little bit more round towards this side. Yes. Nice big ol' eyes. And then, yeah. Oh, you know what? We should do a nice little flipperoo. Hold on. Let's flip this. Let's flip this. Yeah, flip it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then... Not that layer, this layer. There we go. Yeah, that's alright. I keep tweaking it, but I think it's good. Alright, reference, and then let's fill in the fur. Nice. Okay. Ooh, and you know what? Well, should I make the bottom of the hat dark like that? Maybe not for this one. We'll do something else. Let's see. We'll go with the gray I need. Fill that in. There we go. Let's see how it would look with the dark. You know what? I should do that because I've got the eyebrows drawn like that, so. Okay. So face is base colored. I should probably move the mouth and the tooth a little. Oh, nope. I didn't want that. Freehand, no color fill. Let's see. Alright, let's distort that to go like this. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, and then we'll flip it back. Yeah. Alright, and then I think that's it for the head. So next we'll do, what is it? This next bit's the arm, which super easy once again. Whoa, nope. I have the reference on the wrong layer. Yep. That's probably gonna trip me up a few more times, but that's okay. Cool. All right, and then the sleeve. Okay, yeah, this is just color filling at this point. This is totally fine. And then, oh, this will be super easy. Hold on, let me turn off all of these. And then this is like that. And then we'll do reference for the, oh, whoops. Reference, and then that brown for, where is it? Oh, here we go. Boink. For the neck, yep. And then the tail has that same brown in it. Oh my goodness. Reference once again. Forgot to turn it off. There we go. Okay. And then all the layers back on together. There it is. Okay, base color's done for that. That was not too bad at all. So we have that pretty much done. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's really good. And then the head moves separate on its own, which I'm gonna merge. Yep, all that into its own layer. And then, yeah. Yeah, so then it can kind of, actually this might be better to have it be like here. Yeah, I might leave it right there. And then we'll fidget around with it some more and yeah, we'll leave it there for now because that's a pretty good natural resting position. Just leave it like that as a still frame for now. And then if anything, when I have that moving, what I could probably have too is like some cool little sketches in the background and have that be my, probably just little sketches of my little munchies. Yeah, just some kind of little sketches going on. Or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out in the meantime, but I think this is a good holding position for this for now. And then we'll figure out other little details. Yeah, this will be good as like one of the keyframe poses. Okay, so that's that. Did that, and it is only 4:13. Got that done really quick. Okay. Apple. Alright. Yeah, I'll play around with this basically like a little puppet in Procreate Dreams. But I'm really happy with how it looks. What's great is I can always add in like other little shadows and highlights and stuff here. After messing around with this with Procreate Dreams for a little bit. But I'm happy with where it's at. All these things are coming together very nicely. So, all good stuff. Okay, let's see. Where to next? We're doing the ending card next, I believe. Isn't that crazy? I can go from something like this to something like this. That's a superpower. That's the coolest thing ever, and like the coolest feeling ever. I genuinely cannot understand people that are into generative AI, because it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You will deprive yourself of going from such a little simple sketch such as this to something as cool as something like this. Why would you deprive yourself of that joy? It's horrible. So sad. But like, let's take the time to like really acknowledge. I've done, what have I done? I've done all the stuff for this, like the assets for all of this. I've done my offline screen. I've completed all of the base stuff for my starting screen. I've done all the stuff for my little Be Right Back, which I personally, this one's my favorite so far. Yeah, this is, I think this is my favorite. I think because it's just so like lively. Like, and then having the little bits of moving pieces in it as well always makes it more visually pleasing. So I think it's pretty cool. Good stuff. Okay, last one. All right, we did this one. Is this facing the right way now, right? Yeah, because mole's there. Yeah, perfect. It's so like trippy seeing like my model next to like a drawing of my model. It's fun stuff. All right, and then honestly, I think I might move the arm down a little bit. Nope, not the head, the arm. Oh, I see a little pixel that's off. There we go. There we go. That's cool. It'll be fun to play around with that in another program at another time, but for now, let's... Ooh, okay. So we did that. Now it's time for this one, which... I'm gonna have to do a better sketch of this one now. Pencil. Oh, nope, I didn't want to mess around with that. Okay. And then what I also like as a little detail that I did for myself is that I'm gonna have the text be in front. Like the model is gonna be behind the text in this one. But then for this one, I had it that the text is oh, new follower, welcome! Shark Sky, I believe it was. I need to let that follower notification linger a little bit longer, because some of the usernames you guys be having are super duper long and will not give me enough time to read. But welcome to the stream. I just flashed through a bunch of the projects that I've recently been working on. I don't know if you caught any of those before you decided to follow, but just in case, we'll go through them once again. We have just earlier on the stream we completed this little image right here. This will be what my little offline screen will look like when my stream's not going. So I did this one. Last stream we completed this one right here, my little Be Right Back screen, this little one that I've managed to create for whenever I need a moment to go do something. And then I also have just finished this one. So it's just a still image right now, but what I'm planning on doing is eventually taking all of these, because like I have them separated into all these different like pieces and parts. What I'm eventually gonna do... Oh, it's Jay. Hello, Jay. I enjoy the little username. Does that like, did you make that for yourself, or did Twitch just auto give you a username? Because like, I think either way it would work for you. But yeah, I'm gonna take all those different pieces that I made for this and then take them into Procreate Dreams, so that way I can kind of like tween and make a little small animation that'll loop while I'm setting up my stream. Which that'll be cool to see how that looks. So, and then I'm thinking about having there be like some other stuff to fill up this empty space with like all the different colors of all of the little Monchi cheese that I have and all their little like doodle assets. just to kind of reference them, which I think would be fun, but we'll see. And then, yeah, so then now I'm working on this one, which will be in the similar vein as this, where I'm going to make it into all its different pieces, and then play around with those in Procreate Dreams tomorrow in next stream. So we're working on that sketch now. So I'll leave the see you later alone, because I'll put that in as text at a different point. And then... if you're still here, Jay, how's work going? This is really funny, just the concept that it's like, we're not too far away from each other, like, physically, but it's like, you're in a completely different place, but it's like, we're essentially, like, quiet calling. It's like, I cannot see you or hear you, but it's so funny, it's live, it's neat. Alright, and then, should probably have that go like that, and then, how am I supposed to do this? Hold on. Probably should make the thumb a little smaller. Yeah, that's better. But thank you so much for adding to my follower count. That's going to get me one step closer to Twitch affiliate, so I appreciate it. And then part of the hand. Maybe it's a little too tight knit. There we go. That's probably better. I see you now have access to all of the different Twitch emotes. Probably should make this a little thicker on the side of the hand. There we go. And then, how do I draw this? Okay, so I probably should go like that for like how I did it before. Okay. And then face. I can just see you scrolling through in my mind all the different little Twitch emotes and seeing which ones strike your fancy. Which ones stand out to you the most. And what is super exciting is once I am officially Twitch affiliate, whenever you come into my stream, once I've made all my like emotes that I want to make and stuff like that, you'll be able to use stuff like that in the chat here, which I'm excited to see how people enjoy those. Oh, it's a little too arched. There we go. Okay, and then nose. There we go. Okay. Whoa, too big of an eraser. There we go. Also, possibly even too big of a tooth. Hold on, let me shrink that down a little bit. Also, Jay, if you're still watching, you'll be happy to know I consumed 2 peanut butter sandwiches and an apple, which I'm still consuming right now. I'm going to take a bite of that. Crunch. Tooth still too big. There we go. There we go. That's better. Alright, stretch time. Ooh, okay. And probably sippies of water time. It's been a while. Alright. Thankfully, everything's been holding up really well on stream. I'm very grateful for that. And then little blink. Okay, and then eye. Oof. Okay. Gotta figure out a different way to sit myself because this is killing my shoulder blade. Alright. Okay. Oh, and also, Jay, if you're still watching, does everything sound okay as far as, like, my voice versus the volume of the music? Or is either one of them a little too loud or anything like that? Because, oh, the mic is a little close to my mouth, actually. There you go. But it's always great to get some audience engagement because I can't quite hear it myself. And then we'll do this for that. There we go. And hat. Alright. Ear. How's that height-wise? Okay, yeah. Perfect. Probably could be a bit bigger, actually. Right about there. There we go. Small eraser, please. Thank you. Okay. There we go. And neck. All right. Okay. Eyebrows. Fill those in. Color fill, and other one. Cool, here we go. Oh, redo, there we go. Nice, all right. It's all coming together. That'd be a really funny thing for me to do, is like either an emote with that, or like a redeemable where you can like have that audio play. I think that would be funny because I've seen a lot of streamers that have different little audios that they'll have play throughout their streams. I think something like that, little references from the medias that I watch, would be a funny thing to have redeem. Ooh, excuse me. There we go. Nice. Okay, and then have that come down. Have this come like that. And I don't know if the shoulder would be that far out, but could be. We'll see. Let's see. Okay, so tail will definitely be here for sure. And then what we'll do after that is admire our work, of course. Gotta make sure we do that. Oh, I think this knuckle's a little too far down. I think I need to heighten it a little bit. Yeah, that looks better. There we go. Sweet. Okay. And then, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was gonna check on the different assets and how those would line up. So the neck, that will be its own kind of thing. With, okay. The neck will be its own separate piece with the hoodie. As that. And then like that. Yeah, like that for that piece. And then it'll, yeah, I guess it'll, well, maybe not quite that far. More like that. Yeah. That'll probably end up being how it'll get spaced out, more likely. And honestly, I think having this kind of go like that instead. Hold on. Let me erase all of this all together. And then, yeah, it would honestly end up going more like this, with that piece there and that piece there. Yeah, that's honestly how it would end up looking more like, with this going like this. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, and then that way I have that piece for that. Erasing that. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's a little bit more mapped out of what I need. So we'll take this one away in the meantime and then get some line art going for this. Okay. Let's do... we should probably do the hand and arm first, this little bit. Oh, come on. Okay. And then yoink. Probably should lower the opacity a little more. There we go. Ooh, you know what? I could add some little swirlies on the fingies, being this close up. Instead of paws, it's like little swirlies for the little like fingerprints almost. We'll see how that looks. We'll try it out. But I kind of like it. Because then we could always do it in the different color line art. Okay, hold on. So many little crummies on my iPad. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's redo that. That's better. Maybe not. Hold on. There we go. Oh my gosh, I just realized it's February 1st. We're already in February. That's so wild. Oh my gosh. That's insane to think about. Like, it feels like the year's going by both slow and fast at the same time. But I guess that's most years, especially recently, just because of the amount of chaos that can manage to fit in such a short span of time. But hey, maybe that's just me. that experiences that because of being a part of so many different marginalized groups, to put it lightly. But that's just how it goes. Alright. But thankfully I'm taking a little time to slow down and get some cool art projects done. There we go. Hip, hip, hip. Alright, and then we'll shear that off a little. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so the hand will be one thing. And honestly, I could probably put that bit there. Cool. Okay, and then big line art time. Yeah. And this time I think I'll just fill it in with the colors that it needs. Because that didn't take too long last time, thankfully. So now that I know that, I'll just go ahead and do that. But yeah, I'm kind of liking these little swirlies on the fingertips, because in the other one you can't really see the little fingertips. So I kind of like having that connecting point between me and my little Manchi characters. Like they have their little swirlies in their ears, and I have mine on my fingertips. I think that'll be a nice little detail. Oh, too much. Too much. There we go. All right. And then we'll do a little pull in there. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so one asset complete. And then we'll add some color to this with my hand. There we go. Reference. And fill that in, and then fill this in. And that little bit. Yay! Okay. So we got the hand done. Oh, nope. Wrong layer. There we go. Try that again. Okay. And then let's put all of these in the same group. And them in the same group. Ooh, I've got 90 layers. Ooh. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. And then the next one will end up being the head. We'll do the head next. Yeah. That'll be the next one we do. Because that one's going to be on top of the body, so that makes sense. Nice. Oh, a little too wobbly for my taste. There we go. Okay, hold on. I think I need to zoom in a little more. Or maybe flip it around and do it this way. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Maybe it's just this bit of the line that's tripping me up. Yeah, that was it. Okay. And then connect these two. There we go. Honestly, I'll just leave this in just to have something there. Nice. Okay. Alright, let's think. What else can we talk about right now? Because, again, my brain is firing on all cylinders trying to remember what and where everything is. Because I have to mentally prep for when we enter into Procreate Dreams tomorrow. And what that is going to entail. Because honestly, what I might do is hop off stream at 6 and then check out what the program's got going on. Because, again, it's been a minute since I've used it. Oh, actually, I do need to get rid of this hand so I can see where this is going to connect. Here we go. Oh. Does that work? No, I want to have it a little more bubbly. A little more bubbled out. Maybe, hold on. How does this work? Okay, so it goes down a little. And then out. Yeah. Not quite that much. Okay. Oh. Work it back in a little. Right? Oh, it's just like at the very tip. Okay. Hip. Okay. Alright. And then like that. Yeah, that's better. Nice. Okay. Alright. And then nose. Cool. It's a little too far out. There we go. Maybe, hold on, maybe something I can do for the backgrounds on these. The see you later one should be pretty well formatted to not have to worry about anything else visually taking up space, because it's pretty well spaced out as far as spacing out goes. But the other one does have a good amount of negative space in there that I do want to fill it with something. But what? I'm thinking probably those little doodles of Monchis, but could just have some symbols and stuff in there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Okay. Ooh, you know what? I need to flip the canvas. That's what I should do. Yeah, this'll make sure that everything's looking all right. Oh no. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. But that does remind me, being able to have my iPad screen set up like this, something I think that could be a good project is maybe having me have like a different setup where I have like a different little avatar doing different things depending on like what I'm doing on my iPad or like on the computer. Because like what I'm thinking is eventually getting to a point where maybe I can stream some gameplay, but I want to start off with art to begin with. Because I would not, oh no, wouldn't call myself, oh no, is there a reference file somewhere? Uh-oh. No, I swore there wasn't one. Is it just super full? Oh no. Okay, hold on. Where's this random reference file? Hold on. If I do this, it'll show me where it is. Oh, it's the hand. What did I do for the hand? The hand has reference. Okay. Phew. Figured it out. Alright, now let's fill this in. Nope. Did I just miss it that time? Okay. Jeez. I was like, come on, I found it. But whatever. Figured it out, though. Okay. Let's maybe not have this go that low. I think something that could be fun to do is, like, go through some of the games that I haven't played in a while. Or maybe some of the games that I have yet to play ever. But we will see. We will see. Circle. Is that how big it is in the other one? I guess I am a little closer to the screen on this one, so it works out fine. He's fine. And then something I'm also thinking about is, like, for my emotes, if they should be me or if they should be the little Monchies, which I'm thinking they should probably be the Monchies. Okay, and then let's go ahead and flip them back. There we go. Nice. Okay, I think I can add this hand back now. Nice, okay. And then the eyebrows. Maybe not that low. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And this one. Oh, nice. I did this pretty well balanced first try. Okay, and then the hat. I'll do this piece first. And then I'll definitely darken out that one, the bottom side, just because it looked nice on the other one. So we'll upkeep that. Yeah. There we go. That's cool. And then the hat kinda unfortunately does veer off a little bit, so we'll do that. Well, it does off-center the ears a little, so maybe not. Well, actually, I'll just adjust this ear. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Just adjust this side then. Oh, apple. Ow. Okay. Honestly, should be this one that's going a bit higher. Yeah. That works better. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then the little hat piece. And there we go. Hip. I was just about to be like, I wonder how long I've been, like, like thinking about it, where it's like, I wonder how much time is on the time lapse for what I've been doing. And then I realize I'm like, wait, I've been working on this stuff for as long as I've been streaming. So it's like 2.5 hours plus the, what, almost 5 hours? So 7.5 hours? So I was like in my brain being like, oh, I wonder how much time I've poured into this so far. Like thinking I needed to go look at my time lapse, and then I'm like, wait a minute. It's just the amount of time that I've been streaming. Oh, silly Lee. There we go. Cool. Okay. And hair tufts. Yoink. Oh, wait. Yep, a little thin on that side. There we go. Could be a bit bigger, but, you know, it's fine. Okay, and then I did all that, so... Oh, and this ear, hold on. I need to make this go a little different than what it's showing. I need to make it kind of go... Whoop. Maybe not. Maybe a little thicker. Almost. Okay, hold on. Whoop. Yeah, that works. Alright, and then reference this, and remember that I referenced this. Alright. Okay, and go to this layer, and there we go. Alright. This makes this so much easier. Okay, and tooth. Eye shiny, eyeball color. Okay, and then tongue. Boink. And hair. Oh. Boink, boink, boink. And that little bit there. And hat. I don't know if I got the right color for that. I didn't. Okay. Yoink and boink. Alright, and then... Oh. Forgot that I need to also fill in the eye. Okay. It's okay. We'll figure this out. There we go. Let's see. Can I... Nope. Hold on. Let me turn off the reference here and see if I can do this. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank gosh. Thank goodness. All right. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so I got the head done. Oh, and I have to do the double line art thing. Whoops. Okay, is this about the same size? A little bigger. There we go. Forgot to do line art again. It's okay. What do I have here? Okay, this comes down a bit for this. There we go. I was talking so much more in the last stream, probably because it was my first stream, but I also am like in a great flow state for this stream. Oh, I should probably turn off that hand so I can see my line art again. Because like, I don't know, I think it's a more complex form this time, because before I was just doing the little manchis and like little setting pieces. So this time it's like, okay, now that I'm drawing a bigger guy and like persona and stuff like that, gotta lock in differently. What are you? Where are you from? Erase that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so you know what? I'll probably just have this go up like that for that part, and then have the ear be something separate on this side. The hair will go down a little. Oh boy, I'm definitely gonna need to get some back stretching done after this, because it's getting sore. Just kind of lay horizontal for a while after this. Okay, and then, you know, maybe we should just go ahead and have this go like this. Let's see, what's gonna look the best? If I go like that? Yeah, just like that should be fine. And then hat. Oh wait, I don't really technically need to do it for the underside. Cool. And then, yeah. Alright, now we can put the hand back. Group these two, and hand. Alright. Oh, and I wanted to do... What was the color I had for the little munchies for their ears? Yeah. Whatever this color was. And then take that away, and... clipping mask, gel pen. Oh, can it get any bigger than that? Oh yeah, much better. Okay, yeah, I like that. The little swirlies. That's cute. I like that a lot. This is good. I like this a lot. This is coming out very well. Okay, and then we'll do the body next. Muse those down, and then add this layer and lower the opacity a smidge. Okay. Weird, funky part now. Okay, guess, oh, maybe a slightly lower opacity. There we go. Yeah, this should be good. Just to kind of define where the end of the neck is and not have the head stray too far from it. Wait, yoink. Hup. Oy, oy. Man, my body has got to get used to drawing again. I gotta set up like a different pose to do all this in. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Now we'll go like this. Hey, nice, first try. Love when that happens. Okay, and then hoodie. Hoodie there. Oh, hold on. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we won't see the strings on this one, I don't think, so. And here we go. And even though the tail is like way far away and completely separate, we'll still have it be. Hold on. Yoink. There we go. Alright, and then add the head back just to see how that looks. Yeah, this is coming together nicely. Oh. Like the string that decided to come loose here. There we go. Jeeps. Okay, we're fine. And then... Okay, I'm gonna cut back to this one to see how it looks in comparison. Yeah, these look pretty similar. That's good. Okay, and then... Oh, I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Oh, I hope that did not screw up the audio too much. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then top line art. Is that too big or? That's fine. That's fine. Cool. All right. Now we do the big line art. And then I think, yeah, we go a little inwards with this. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yoink. Okay. Same with the neck? Yeah, same with the neck. Okay. Yoink. Perfect. Hold on, let me. Every single time this song comes on, my body gets deja vu. I don't, like, I get it. I'm right where I'm supposed to be, but dang. It's kind of getting spooky at this point. I don't know what it is about this song. It's just some kind of vibe. Some kind of vibe. Some kind of deja vu vibes going on. Okay, cool. All right, this one was pretty easy. Pretty simple. I mean, most of these are on their own, so. Reference, blue. Blue and, oh, what do you know? Blue. And then brown for the neck. All right, now let's put that all together, and what do we get? A model that looks cohesive. Let's go. Good stuff. All right, and then the tail. Oh no, I put it on the wrong layers. God dang it. Okay. That's what's been tripping me up most of the time. It's just being on the wrong layer. Okay, and then turn off reference. Glad I remember. And now let us look at it. Nice. Okay. And then tail, right. Okay. Easy, easy tail. Super easy tail. Leave it where it's at. And give it shape. Oop. If my Apple Pencil wants to cooperate. Oop. There we go. Super simple. And then reference. Boink, boink. And bam. There we go. Oh, look at that. Okay, and then, oh, 101 layers so far. Wowza. Everything seems to be running smoothly though, so should be fine. Let me see with the canvas size I currently have. Canvas information. Dimensions, physical width, layers, maximum layers, 254. I'm fine. I'm okay. It's totally good. If I'm only like barely to the halfway point, I should be totally okay. That's fine. Oh, mic is peaking a little bit every now and then. Okay, there we go. Sweet. All right. And what do I do now? Oh, right. I'm going to duplicate the background that is on this one and give it over here. Let's put it there. And let's put that here. Nice. Okay, and then let's see. We'll get rid of that. And then add white text that says "see you later." Text. Yeah. See. No. Is it all caps that I had it in? Hold on. Let me double check. Yes, it is all caps. Did I do all caps for the other one? I did. Okay. Let's go ahead and go all caps then. All caps it is. Caps lock. See you later. Oink. Okay. And then put that here. Oh, well, what do you know? It fits right there instead. Should I put a little exclamation point at the end? Let's see. Alright, put that right there. Yeah! I like that. What do you know? We got, like, pretty much everything done. Look at that. Okay, let's go. Let's run through them all. Okay. So, last stream completed. The Be Right Back screen. Glorious. Again, still my favorite pieces of the bunch. Well, piece of the bunch. And then we got our starting screen all done. We got our see you later screen done. And our offline screen. Offline screen complete. Oh, and this is just for something else. But look at that. All of our assets are completed. This one's also pretty good. I'm excited to see how these will look when I do some little, like, motion stuff with them. Put them on little loops. I'm excited. But yeah, so we got this one done. Did I? Yep, and then this one's done. I still love the little swirlies on the fingies. Do I need to show that on any others? No. Yeah, okay. And then, you know what? Let's just go in and... Man, what do I do now? I've got... What is it? We got like a whole other hour left. Let's see. What else can we do? Interesting. I mean, technically I could animate in Procreate, but I don't want to do that. It would be way too... It'll be a lot smoother to like tween it in Procreate Dreams. Have it just kind of move around a little bit, kind of like how my PNG tuber is, where it's like the assets are just there and the rest of the stuff is just kind of moving them with the tracking features that those programs have. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do what I said I was going to do before and just go ahead and do some sketching to see what else I can add into this space. So for starting, we could go ahead and do... Well, first I'm going to take a bite of apple. That's what I'm going to do first. Yummy. Yeah. I'm going to let my body rest for just a few minutes because my shoulder really hurts. And I'm really happy with everything we've done so far. Another bite of apple. I am so curious to know how this is getting picked up on the microphone. But I guess I'll be able to hear it in post when I go to upload the VOD. Ow. Alright, last apple. I wonder for formatting if it would be better for the text to be a little bit... Uh-oh. OBS Studio is disconnecting.